guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The newly elected Canadian Prime Minister is telling President Trump that his nation is not for sale.
Having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign the last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale.
While in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Mark Carney today, Trump again floated the idea of Canada becoming the 51st state.
When you look at that beautiful formation when it's together, I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said that's the way it was meant to be.
He said it would lead to lower taxes and a free military for his people. Carney told Trump no sale, but the real deal is the partnership with the U.S. The conclave to select a new pope begins later this week.
Catholic cardinals from around the world are making final preparations to select a successor to Pope Francis through the secret process. Once the conclave begins on Wednesday, the 133 cardinals taking part in the election will remain behind closed doors in the Sistine Chapel until a candidate for pope receives a 2/3 majority vote. After each vote, cardinals will burn the ballots and send up black smoke from a chimney. But when the new pope is finally chosen, they will release white smoke. Conclaves historically have lasted about 4 days. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is not engaged in trade negotiations with China as of yet.
Bessent made the comment while testifying to lawmakers on Capitol Hill Tuesday related to President Trump's budget request. However, Chinese officials have said in recent days they were assessing U.S. proposals to start talks. Bessent suggested trade deals could be announced with other partners in the coming days as well. During his testimony, Bessent said he expects to see a substantial reduction in the tariffs that were being charged, as well as non-tariff barriers, currency manipulation, and the subsidies of both labor and capital investments. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 389 points. The S&P 500 fell 43 points. The Nasdaq lost 154 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
We've seen too many examples in recent years where trust the experts turned into sit down, shut up, and obey.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis vows to sign a bill into law that aims to ban fluoride in local water supplies. DeSantis says no one is exempt from the statewide ban.
Of course, for the counties that voted the other way, the legislation that we'll sign is going to answer that question anyways.
While speaking at a Miami news conference, DeSantis also congratulated Miami-Dade commissioners for overturning the county mayor's veto on a fluoride ban. Texas is trying to get reimbursed for some $11 billion, which was spent securing the southern border during the Biden administration. President Trump's head of Homeland Security says they're working on it.
It's been incredible, the partnership that Texas has put together with the federal government and how they stepped up.
Secretary Kristi Noem told Congress that no decision has been made on Texas, but she said if any state wants reimbursement, we must commit to a program that allows local police perform the functions of federal immigration officers. The worlds of sports and politics are colliding on Capitol Hill.
A hearing led by Senator Ted Cruz is looking at the rise of streaming services that carry the games.
The app or TV channel that a fan uses 1 week to watch a game doesn't necessarily work the next week.
The Texas Republican says in the late 60s, Congress passed the Sports Broadcasting Act. It gave leagues antitrust immunity when it came to negotiating broadcasting deals. That could be changing. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam, ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Here we go. Just like that, another day rolling in. Rolling in, rolling out, depending on which time your zone you're in. We're crossing over the midnight hour on the East Coast. So closing out a Tuesday, rolling into hump day. I suppose every day is one day closer to the greatest day of the week, right? So, the halfway point. Hope your week's going well. As far as another night in the pouring rain, well, in parts of the south central USA, you are in torrential downpours. You know, the good news is we're not really seeing these storms reaching the severe criteria. It's just incredible flooding downpours. We can pretty much say the entire state of Mississippi, you're locked in with showers and thunderstorms. Yeah, it looks like some of these storms, maybe in south central portions of the state, are kicking up some 60-mile-per-hour winds. But we have not seen many of them reaching that severe criteria. Areas from, say, just east of Houston, Texas, the heavy rains have pushed on to the east there. But southern Louisiana, eastern portions of that state, all of Mississippi, the heavy rains now beginning to infringe on western portions of Alabama. That's one zone out of numerous zones where we're seeing showers and thunderstorms. More heavy rains in the northeast tonight, primarily focused on New York State, from southern New York right up through the central portions of the state, and a few showers in upstate New York. A lot of spotty shower activity through parts of eastern Ohio, northern West Virginia, southern Pennsylvania. That's lighter rainfall, so not really concerned about flooding there. Yeah, then you get back to the areas east of Denver, where you're now seeing shower activity through much of eastern Colorado, heavier rains in western portions of Kansas, the Oklahoma Panhandle region, some spotty showers there in the Texas Panhandle. As we roll into a Tuesday night, that threat for severe weather over the south central states stretching further east, extending from Texas to eastern Mississippi, much of Louisiana, on back into portions of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Through the overnight hours, these are going to continue to kind of die off gradually. But Wednesday, again, the severe weather threat shrinking further south into a zone from southern Texas and primarily right along the Gulf Coast region, from Houston to New Orleans, Mobile, Alabama, eventually over into the Pensacola, Florida region. Some of the most potent storms will be seen there. Now, we're looking at the severe storm risk overnight tonight. Also possible in the Northeast. Right now, again, not seeing any of them reaching that severe criteria. From Philadelphia to Scranton, PA, New York City to Wilmington, Delaware. We will begin to see finally some moisture reaching the Florida Peninsula, an uptick in moisture from the Atlantic and Gulf, as well as the proximity of that front is going to fuel some thunderstorms over the next few days there. Some of those may be strong enough with some high winds, hail, and maybe even some flooding downpours. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, kicking off a new day live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Well, the skies have finally cleared outside the secret bunker, just a few high clouds, but it's too late. I missed the meteor shower last evening, didn't get to see a one of the Eta Aquarids, but we're looking at 56 degrees, not a bad night. Shorty is rolling along I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia tonight. 52 degrees, Columbus bound, right? Hello to the DTS guy as we kick things off here. Hello to the overnight crew. Yeah, you know it's not Wednesday until Horse Feathers deems it so. Pappy seconds that motion. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and Mike, not official, till Horse Feathers calls in and makes it so. I just came across that video here a few minutes ago, Pappy, and I sent that I didn't know if you had seen that. I assume you've heard from some of your other officers, but what a melee in the Hamilton County Courthouse this past day. Pappy just kind of breaks it down like this. The accused cop killer's family members causing a disturbance in the courthouse. Yeah, disturbance is a very mild description. I mean, it was an outright riot. These are such fine, upstanding citizens. I'll leave it at that. Anyway, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Crank up the volume and let's go. Jeffrey on board from the Sunshine State there, Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve. Ready for another fabulous show. All right, Marianne is in the house. Brett checks in. Let's see, West Yellowstone. A chilly night, 35 degrees at this hour, and they say we're going to drop to about 24 for an overnight low. Uh-oh, definitely throw another log on the fire. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve. Happy Hump Day, 52 in St. John's, Arizona. Looks like it's going to be a short week for us. We're headed east toward the home 20 at this point. All right, everybody have a blessed day. Safe travels out there. James, yes, looks like India and Pakistan. Are they officially at war now? That's what it appears to be. We'll give you the latest there. We're now we're talking two nuclear-armed nations. The fighting has been ongoing off and on for a number of years. I mean, going back about 8 years ago, things had flared up, it finally kind of settled down, but all of a sudden, things really beginning to ramp up. That is one of our top international headlines. Hello to Cracker Box. Morning, Steve. All the listeners sitting here getting ready to listen to the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Always is. Enjoying all the people that call in with their comments. I always learn something new every night. All right, good to have you on board. JR checking in from a soggy Waterford, Michigan tonight. Be safe out there overnight, family. Yes, sir, Mr. Steve, on my radio, YouTube, baby. There's Mitch. Yes, indeed. Good to have you on board. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois, 63 degrees with clear skies tonight. Morning, everybody. Jerry, thanks for everything you truck drivers do to make this world a better place. Thank you to Steve Summers for the overnight drive. Another great show brought to us by Hot Shot Secret. Hopefully we don't have some sort of a nuclear disaster to discuss in the morning. Tell them you love them every chance you get, obviously referencing, again, the India-Pakistan scenario tonight. Rubber Duck, home, thank goodness, so I haven't made Twisted Truckers for Monday night's fiasco. All right, we'll need more of the rest of the story there. Hello to Uncle Chops. There he is. Morning, Steve. I really enjoy listening to the show. You seem like a friend. Well, good morning to all the Overnight Drive listeners out there. Gary, up and at 'em early this Wednesday morning. Good to have you on board. Lauren Weeks, two-time world champion bull hauler. What do we have? 66 degrees, a partly cloudy night in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Tonight is a special night as I get to join the Round 2 Club, as in this is Round 2 to Curtis, Wisconsin. Not a fancy as Schenectady or Columbus, but a Round 2 nonetheless. We all know I have a powerful chrome-plated cow truck, so nothing new there, but I'm going to be running a freight hauler speed tonight. Take note of this milestone. Special shout-out to the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from America's Dairyland tonight. 844-844-3388. Lots to unpack as we get the new day underway. How did things go with the Canadian Prime Minister sitting down with Donald Trump this past day in the White House? I guess the long story short, things appeared to go fairly well. It was not a meltdown scenario, like we saw with Zelensky here a few months ago. There were some rather tense moments in portions of the discussion, but We've got all the details for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All righty, Buckeye Boy on board. What's going on? Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 63 degrees. All right, I was able to get my pickup completed, make it home before the bad weather hit Baton Rouge. Little lightning, heard some thunder. I was securing the freight to head out. I'll be delivering that freight later today. We may load Friday, headed for upstate New York for a Tuesday delivery. Then we got the grandson graduating from pre-K Thursday and going to head out to watch the Braves take on the Reds later that day. Yeah, there was great pitching performance, both by the Reds and the Braves at the game this past day. It's the good old-fashioned pitcher's duel, I guess you'd call it, right? Braves come out on top 2-1 in the 10th inning. I believe there were a total of 26 strikeouts by both teams in this game. Wow. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, let's jump right on into what's going on. What are these countries thinking? India has launched a series of attacks in Pakistan, and Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Operation Sindoor, targeting what Indian armed forces described as a terrorist infrastructure. Tensions between the two nuclear-armed states have been high since the April 22nd terror attack in Kashmir that killed 26 Hindu tourists. Indian armed forces launching Operation Sindoor, which targeted terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed, according to the Press Bureau statement of India. Our actions have been focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani military facilities have been targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in selection of targets and the method of execution, was the statement. Pakistan has now vowed retaliation. Both of these countries have been at odds over territorial control of Kashmir since the former British colony was split up in 1947. Yeah, they both lay claim to the Himalayan territory that divides them, and these latest events have again brought the two countries to the brink of war. It's not quite all-out war yet. Similar events occurred in 2019 when a terrorist bomb killed 40 Indian soldiers. India retaliated with airstrikes in Pakistan and a surge of military assets to Kashmir. That 2019 conflict was eventually de-escalated, but India's military presence has remained. Now, Pakistan has officially denied involvement in the terror attack, but they've really done nothing against the suspected Pakistani-based terrorists, which leads India to take action, and Pakistan calling those actions an act of war. Both countries, of course, having nuclear weapons, have raised the stakes for the entire region by this now nearly 8-year-old conflict. Tensions running high, right? What do we see here? Under industry headlines, I think Plowboy brought up Kansas a couple of nights ago. Fuel shortages because of high demand for petroleum products have created emergencies in multiple states in recent weeks, now including Nebraska. Commercial vehicles and carriers transporting fuel from further distances and waiting longer at the terminals in order to meet the needs. According to the emergency declaration, they have declared a fuel emergency in Nebraska, temporarily waiving the maximum driving time for vehicles hauling gasoline or gasoline blends, diesel, fuel oil, ethanol, propane, biodiesel, into or within the state. This relief is in effect through May 15, it looks like. Kansas had recently declared a similar fuel emergency, effective through May the 13th, noting that neighboring states are, for whatever reason, also experiencing fuel supply issues. Those that are operating under the declaration must follow the guidelines. No carrier shall require or allow an ill or fatigued driver to operate. Drivers who notify a carrier that they need rest must be given 10 consecutive hours off duty before returning to service. Drivers operating under the order must carry a copy of the declaration as evidence of their direct support. Declaration of this fuel emergency does not trigger, they say, the state's transportation network company dynamic pricing prohibition, for what it's worth. So the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund officially has a new executive director. Tuesday, the organization announcing Courtney Neiman as the new leader, one day after Donna Kennedy formally stepped down as the executive director and has now assumed the role of lead strategic advisor. Neiman brings more than 25 years of experience in the public health field, they tell us. She's an accomplished community health specialist, nonprofit leader with a proven track record of driving impactful programs, securing funding, and leading high-performing teams. She has expertise in community organizing, health advocacy, nonprofit management, and strategic planning. She also brings experience in developing and implementing initiatives that improve community well-being, enhancing partnerships. So sounds like a good pick to be taking over the helm there at the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Guided by a lifelong commitment to prevention, I have dedicated my career to advancing health equity and community well-being, says Neiman. Excited to join the St. Christopher Fund, we look forward to collaborating with the team to further their ongoing mission there. So, of course, Kennedy had made that announcement here a week or so ago that she was going to be stepping down. What else in the mix? We'll get to some of the other industry headlines. Yes. The Canadian Prime Minister actually complimented President Trump as a, quote, transformational president during his visit to the White House this past day, fresh off his election victory last week. Carney meeting Trump in front of reporters initially at the Oval Office. I did get to tune into some of that. I was kind of concerned about how things were going to go. As far as what I was gathering, Trump really seemed to be kind of trying to push Carney of the benefits to his country if they would become the 51st state. Carney wants none of that. He several times tried to say, there are some things that are not for sale, that Canada will never become a United States, a part of the United States. And, of course, Trump, he says, never say never. He kind of poking him and edging him on. But, there were some testy moments, as I mentioned. We'll give you more on how that discussion went this past day. It looks like, yes, Carney wants to try to work together as far as this tariff and the trade war scenario. More on that kind of. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is offering $1,000 to illegal aliens if they self-deport using a government app. President Trump addressed the program on Monday while speaking at the White House.
What we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
The Department of Homeland Security says the payments will be made after the return has been confirmed through the CBP Home app. The app's webpage estimates that once approved, undocumented migrants would typically depart the U.S. within 3 weeks. President Trump wants to open Alcatraz, but the prison was closed for 3 key reasons.
The prison was built back in the 30s, and then Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered the prison closed in the early 60s. He said that Alcatraz costs too much to operate, it can only hold about 300 inmates, and the facility was deemed vulnerable to inmates trying to escape. I'm Jason Campidonia.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, a little more on our travelers' weather. Where they tell us that the same slow-moving storm responsible for flooding, downpours, and we saw some higher elevation snow in the Rockies this past day. It's creeping eastward. It's going to crawl along the Gulf Coast states between now and next week. And bringing with it some dangerous travel conditions, travel problems, and in some cases, beneficial rain all rolled into one, according to AccuWeather. Flooding downpours are going to be the top concern. Even in areas that avoid flooding, disruptions to outdoor activities from construction and agriculture to ball games and family outings. Colorado Springs, Pueblo, Colorado areas, as well as Houston, that are going to experience some of the heaviest rain as this event unfolds. Tapping into the Gulf moisture, generating numerous drenching showers and thunderstorms over many days as it crawls onto the east. So right on the heels of multiple rounds of heavy rain in April and May, small streams and rivers across parts of Texas, southern Oklahoma, and Arkansas have risen enough to trigger ongoing minor to moderate flooding. The rounds of rain with maybe a brief dry interlude intertwined, resulting in multiple surges and recessions. The water levels up and down. Flash flooding is going to be the biggest concern, where a couple of inches of rain pour down in, say, an hour's time. It's going to overwhelm some of the drainage systems. As these storms drift off to the east, the bulk of rain will continue to focus on the Interstate 10 and 20 corridors on the Gulf Coast states. At times, maybe sweeping northward into parts of the I-40 zone. Much of that lower Mississippi Valley, and including the Delta region, you don't need additional rain. You've seen very wet conditions for much of April. The historic rain that fell back in early April. The rain will reach a large portion of the southeastern states from late this week to the first part of next week, as the storm itself will kind of stall near that Mississippi Delta region along the Gulf Coast. Rain projected to thoroughly soak portions of northern Florida, much of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, parts of maybe North Carolina from late this week to early next week. Over a 4 or 5 day stretch, we're going to be looking at rain 4 to 8 inches that may fall across parts of the southeast with some locally higher amounts. All this rain at an important time from an agricultural standpoint. Some young plants awaiting a surge of moisture. I think in some cases the fields have been downright so muddy that farmers can't even get out there in some cases. But back to the Canadian Prime Minister sitting down in D.C. this past day. Carney expressing optimism about future opportunities where Canada and the United States can work collaboratively. Also kind of indirectly acknowledging that there are some issues. Trump obviously placed tariffs on Canada shortly after taking office, which were amended multiple times, including after the then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau retaliated. But Carney says the history of Canada and the United States is we are stronger when we work together. And there's many opportunities to work together. I look forward to, addressing some of those issues we have, but finding areas of mutual cooperation so we can move forward. Trump actually spoke highly of Carney and kind of congratulated him on his election victory as the meeting began. Now, this was about 30 minutes worth of what was actually publicly televised. The media were actually invited into the room. Carney went on to note that the cars exported from Canada to the U.S., he said, are made up of like 50% U.S. parts. Trump kind of jumped in there, saying this is one of those points of conflict between the two countries. Now, he said, this is a very friendly conversation, but we want to make our own cars. We don't really want cars from Canada, he said. And we put tariffs on the cars from Canada. And at a certain point, it won't make economic sense for Canada to build those cars. In other words, Trump didn't back down one bit. And you could see visibly that Carney was kind of uncomfortable at that point. The president continued saying, we don't want steel from Canada because we're making our own steel. And we're having massive steel plants being built right now as we speak. Trump kind of argued because of past thinking of people, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. And they have a surplus with us, and there's no reason for us to be subsidizing Canada. Adding that Canada's a place that will have to be able to take care of itself economically. See, all this, obviously, Carney was uncomfortable with this discussion. Now, Trump concluded it's hard for the American taxpayer to say, gee whiz, we love doing that. Carney clearly wanted to respond, but Trump kind of ended the public portion of the meeting at that point. One thing is certain. Trump's playing hardball with the prime minister. He did say some positive things about the USMCA trade agreement with Canada and Mexico that was negotiated in his first term, offering that was a good start, but it was a transitional deal, and it's due for renegotiation next year. I don't know if he's trying to bump that up from next year to maybe beginning those discussions sooner, but time will tell. All right, phone lines open, 844-844-3388. We'll wait and see if it actually holds true. It sounds as though, according to the president, the Houthis We've been pounding them for weeks and weeks. Sounds like they're kind of saying uncle. President Trump said Tuesday the U.S. will stop bombing the Houthis in Yemen after the Iranian-aligned group agreed to stop interrupting shipping in the Middle East, the shipping lanes. While he was meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister, Trump announced that the Houthis have said they no longer want to fight. He didn't elaborate on the message, but they said, please don't bomb us anymore, and we're not going to attack your ships. Now, no immediate response from the Houthis, but, of course, they've been firing at Israel and at the shipping in the Red Sea since the whole military operation against Hamas in Gaza began, 2023. Now, the president said, right now, we're going to take the Houthis' word that they will not be blowing up ships any longer. Tensions have been very high since the Gaza war began, of course, rising further since a Houthi missile landed near Israel's airport over the past weekend, prompting Israeli airstrikes on Yemen. The Israeli military carried out an airstrike on Yemen's main airport on Tuesday, the second attack in 2 days on the Iranian-aligned Houthi rebels after that surge in tensions between them and Israel. So like I said, we'll see. D.C. taking them at their word, but obviously as they start popping off once again, we'll go right back to hitting them hard. It is 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
I was looking at the chat line there. Crazy Ray just chimed in from West Michigan. Said, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 54, mostly clear. I'm a little nervous. India strikes Pakistan over tourist killings. Pakistan says Indian jets have been shot down. Now that was, I guess this is breaking news. because I did a quick search, and all the reports I'm seeing are within the past hour or less. Most of these over the last 20 minutes or so. See if I can pull up, let's see, pictures of downed aircraft that crashed in Indian-administered Kashmir, showing the label of a French manufacturer. The label shows an aircraft part from the French filtration company, Labozec, which is a French-based subsidiary of Minnesota's Donaldson Company. All right, so I guess this is all just coming in. India said the Operation Sindoor struck the terrorist infrastructure. Pakistan said they shot down 5 Indian Air Force jets in a drone. Now, India has not yet confirmed the fighter jet losses. Pakistani security sources said 3 of the 5 planes down were Rafale fighter jets, prized assets of the Indian Air Force that were bought from a French manufacturer. That's what they're talking. Some of the photos showing that that would be what they were from. Now, this is obviously, it's Wednesday there. This sudden escalation comes after gunmen massacred 26 civilians, most of which were tourists, in the Indian-controlled Kashmir last month. India accusing Pakistan of being involved, which Islamabad denies. India, which has a Hindu majority, and Pakistan, which is mostly Muslim, each control parts of Kashmir, but claim it in full. And they've fought 3 wars over this territory historically. So, from the London Guardian, Kashmir Crisis Live, India missile attack kills 8. And again, Pakistan says 5 Indian jets have been shot down. Things could escalate mighty quickly in a scenario like that. All right, I'll continue to keep my eye on things. If you get any info you want to throw my way, feel free. I keep an eye on the email through the overnight. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Yes, Pappy just said, I told you last week, pay attention to this crap. Yeah, they both have nukes. Yes, they do. Under industry headlines with clear lines, where's everybody at? Jump on in at 844-844-3388. In the state of Nevada, call to action from our friends at Landline and OOIDA. The Nevada Assembly Committee is scheduled to consider a bill this week. This is the one that would result in doubling the minimum liability insurance requirement for intrastate-only freight. State law requires $750,000 minimum liability insurance for affected truck drivers. Now, the Assembly Growth and Infrastructure Committee is scheduled to discuss this bill 1:30 coming up this Thursday, May the 8th, to increase the liability insurance minimum for affected Nevada truck drivers to $1 million for the first year. Additional increases to $1.25 million, then $1.5 million would occur by January 28th for the 1.25, January 2030 for the 1.5. After vocal opposition by multiple trucking groups, Senate lawmakers voted narrowly 11-10 here a few weeks ago to advance the bill. This minimum liability insurance bill, SB 180, met with some stiff opposition from the trucking industry. The Nevada Trucking Association and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association have issued calls to action to their Nevada members ahead of Thursday's committee hearing on the bill. Both groups also communicating to state lawmakers that this bill is bad for truck drivers. During the recent Senate committee hearing, the Nevada Trucking Association president, Paul Enos, communicating that while the intent may be to enhance financial responsibility, the data, the practical implications say this measure will have an arbitrary, burdensome overreach that will indeed harm Nevada small businesses and the trucking industry with no clear justification. He also talked with Landline Now about how the minimum liability insurance bill is trying to fix a problem that doesn't really exist. He said a better option would be to leave any changes in liability requirements up to Congress. OOIDA President Todd Spencer said, despite the Senate vote, we are pressing ahead to make sure the Assembly lawmakers know that Senate Bill 180, SB 180, is ill-advised. This is nothing but bad news, he says. Certainly bad news for truckers in Nevada and elsewhere. So this past day, Tuesday, issuing their call to action for any association members in the state of Nevada, noting any increase in minimum liability insurance is totally unnecessary. It's going to do nothing to improve highway safety. It's just going to jeopardize countless blue-collar jobs and destroy many of the small family-owned trucking businesses. So obviously, Nevada lawmakers, they don't necessarily care what others around the country think. But if that's why the call to action is, if you're from the state of Nevada, please reach out and make your sentiment known to lawmakers. As again, they're going to be discussing this coming up this Thursday. Meanwhile, a driver with no remorse for an accident, sentenced to more than 22 years in prison this past day. This was the accident after colliding with a bus full of juvenile hockey players. Truck driver Victor Santos of Brooklyn, New York, pleading guilty to 26 counts each of criminal recklessness and causing serious bodily injury while operating a vehicle. May the 5th, he pleaded in the state of Indiana. According to the CBS report, Santos was driving a semi-truck in a reckless manner on the night of November 12th, back in 2022. Santos was operating the commercial vehicle at a high speed. We're talking approximately 90 miles per hour, and ignored a red light in the moments before hitting this bus full of St. Ignatius College Prep hockey team players. The collision causing the bus to overturn, injuring 20 people, mostly students, between the ages of 14 and 17. At least one of those students were ejected from the bus, and 3 people were considered critically injured. All the crash victims actually survived the incident. At the time of the accident, Santos was arrested on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. It was later discovered that his blood alcohol content was indeed twice the legal limit in Indiana. Witnesses described him as emotionless, no remorse whatsoever. Wendy Cook, the mother of one of the 15-year-olds, said, "I stared him straight in the eyes then and today, on the day of his sentencing. He shows no remorse, no recognition of the pain that he put everyone through on that night, and it was the same look today." So this is another step in the healing process for our families, the students, certainly the community, according to the president of St. Ignatius Prep College. He did not accept responsibility for the harm he caused these young men and their families. Kavanaugh is representing 18 players and their parents and 2 coaches in a 98-count civil suit against Santos and 2 trucking companies. The suit states that the truck driver and the company showed willful disregard for the safety of the people on the bus. That case is actually still pending. Santos is one of those where the initial hearing had to be postponed back in November of 2022 because no speak of the English, the language barriers, and they had difficulty finding an interpreter. At the rescheduled hearing, he actually requested a reduction of his bond, but just another of those scenarios. Talking more about the English language proficiency in this country. Matter of fact, I think someone posted here just a few minutes ago. Glenn actually said, morning, Steve, and everyone out there driving this morning. There was another accident here in Florida. The truck driver from Somalia who caused fatalities of law enforcement. Hit and run, apparently. Not sure if you'd seen that story at this point in time. All right, everybody be safe out there and watch out for one another. We'll get a news break as we close out hour number one. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. India says they launched a military strike into Pakistan. President Trump responded to India's military firing multiple missiles.
It's a shame we just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors.
In a statement, the nation's Ministry of Defense said it attacked terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and in the disputed Kashmir region. India insists the strikes are non-escalatory in nature and no Pakistani military facilities were targeted. A spokesperson for the Pakistani military acknowledged the strikes and said Pakistan will respond to it at a time and place of its own choosing. This comes after dozens of tourists were killed by gunmen last month inside a region of Kashmir controlled by India. Experts are warning President Trump's cuts to weather monitoring and climate research will put millions of Americans at risk.
Researcher Alonzo Plow said in an op-ed published Monday that extreme weather and associated health risks will harm people across the country. Plow said rather than protecting families and communities from these harms, however, the Trump administration has sent a far different message to the American people. You're on your own. His article comes after the Trump administration's attempts to reduce federal spending included major cuts at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and the National Weather Service. I'm Brian Shook.
The 2027 NFL Draft is headed for D.C.
President Trump and NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell made the announcement at the White House Monday.
The 2027 NFL Draft, that's a big thing, will be held right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., on the National Mall.
The president said the draft is an annual highlight for football fans across across the nation. That announcement comes just days after the Washington Commanders unveil plans for a new stadium to be built on the site of RFK Stadium. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The California Republican Party has launched a video ad campaign aimed at Democratic lawmakers accusing them of not protecting older teenagers from sex trafficking. Recently, state Democrats stripped language out of a bill that would have made buying sex from 16 and 17-year-olds an automatic felony.
In California, soliciting a teenager for sex isn't always a felony. That's not right. They not like us. They don't know what it's like to feel this fear. Our safety isn't minor. This crime should never be just a misdemeanor.
The ads will appear on Facebook and Instagram, targeting women and parents, with plans for more ads against additional lawmakers soon. The campaign follows misleading ads from the California Democratic Party on the same issue. Opening arguments today in the trial of a Florida teacher accused of being drunk and obstructing police at a house party which involved over 100 teenagers. Her attorney, Kenneth Weaver, told the jury that Carly Anderson was drunk but also concerned about a student who was being put in the back of a police car.
When watching that video, it is going to become clear to you that Miss Anderson was intoxicated.
Well, you know I'm a teacher. Who the did you put, who got put in that car? I was here hanging out at this party.
Yes, she was intoxicated at that point in time.
Anderson is a former third-grade teacher at Roosevelt Elementary School in Orlando and faces up to a year in jail if convicted. She turned down a plea deal, and the judge expects the case to wrap up tomorrow. I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, we'll kick off hour number 2. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those maybe just joining us this hour, closing out a Tuesday, rolling into midweek as we turn the page on the calendar's 7th day of May. 1 week in already. Hello to Captain Shaky checking in. Morning, Steve. Checking in from a dock here in Sterling, Illinois. Dropping off some fresh beef. We're clear, 57 degrees here. Everybody stay safe out there tonight. Jason checking in. Morning, Steve. Passing through Des Moines, Iowa. 63, cloudy, roads are dry. It's a quiet night here. All right, be safe out there. All right, let's see, I just pulled up what I could find during the break. I guess India has confirmed that 3 fighter jets have been down. The latest as Pakistan's prime minister has called pre-dawn strikes by India on Pakistani soil an act of war. And stating Islamabad reserves the right to give a strong response. Explosions rang out across Pakistan and the Pakistan-administered Kashmir overnight as India said they were targeting 9 alleged militant hideouts in retaliation for the mass shooting of tourists last month. Pakistani defense minister tells Bloomberg that at least 5 Indian planes had been downed. Again, India confirming 3 of their aircraft had indeed come down over Indian-administered Kashmir. Defense Ministry initially claimed Indian soldiers had also been captured, but later retracted that comment, stating we do not want this situation to escalate. But if there are hostile acts initiated from the Indian side, we have to respond. Pakistan military spokesperson said at least 8 civilians were killed in India's airstrike and a mosque was destroyed. Heavy shelling has taken place throughout the night and morning across the de facto border in Kashmir. The Indian Army said 7 Indian civilians had been killed by what they described as indiscriminate firing. A lot of tension there, a lot of tension. Meanwhile, I got the message from Horse Feathers this past day. I'm trying to pull it up. I think that was in my email. There will not be a Triple Crown winner this year. How is that possible? I guess Sovereignty, apparently, Sovereignty has been, will not be running in the Preakness, which is the next step to the Belmont Stakes. The trainer saying this past day, Sovereignty came out of the Kentucky Derby victory well, but he believes the horse would benefit from having 5 weeks between races. Now, some had commented that, I guess, it appeared that he had a bit of a limp on his front left leg Sunday after the Kentucky Derby. Most of the folks commenting say it's actually nice to see the owners and the trainers putting the welfare of the horse ahead of their personal gain. I do enjoy the possibility of a Triple Crown winner, but I respect the trainer and the owner making a wise decision for the sake of the horse. It's grueling for a horse to race 3 times in a 5-week period, even under the best of conditions. Just a couple of the comments there, but so no Triple Crown. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor, or as we should say, hey, Mike. You know what today is, Your Honor? You know, today is actually a special one of these, but you know what day it is, right?
Hump Day. Here we go.
And it's the last one before the convoy. No more hump days to the convoy.
That's
so
it.
We're
Mother's Day weekend.
Down.
Yes, indeed.
So anyways, special thanks out there to Hot Shot Secret because their matching donation got applied today, which kind of moved me up into the rankings of the fundraising. And I'd been got myself, with all the help of everybody, we gotten up to, I think I was number 7 where I was at in the fundraising area, and then with the matching funds and a couple more donations that came in, so more thank yous to them. we're sitting there at number 2, $50 behind number 1, Your Honor. So I know last year we kind of got catapulted to number 1 in the beginning and stayed there, and it looked like everybody kind of sandbagged and held their money off to turn in on Mother's Day, and of course that moved us back to number 5 there. So, so anyways, but that's where the fire truck will be there. You know, the old War of the France will be at the number 5 position there in the convoy this year, starting out. But I'm hoping that maybe we'll get a few more donations in. I got a couple businesses out there that are still promising to send money that hasn't been applied yet, and so we'll see what we can do to increase this. And of course we do have the polo game. Let's not forget the polo game.
Now that's next month, but that will be able to be applied to your final total because you go what you actually count all the way up to Father's Day. Is that right?
Correct. Any money collected up to Father's Day gets applied to this year's convoy fundraising totals. So that's why things kind of change around a little bit, you know, and that's why, as I say, last year, even though I was number 1 actually on convoy day for fundraising, the amount of funds that came in there pushed me back that other people had done. So anyways, yeah, so we'll give some more details on the polo for Friday, June 13th, and maybe Friday the 13th will be a lucky polo day for Make-A-Wish. What do you think, Your Honor?
I'm not superstitious. I don't think it's a bad day. I like 13. I like the number 13.
I don't have any problem with it either, and anyways, so we'll see what we can do with that, where we go. Yeah, you're talking about the sovereignty there. So from what I understood, his trainer, and I forget his name offhand there, but he was the trainer for, what was it, Country House there back in, I believe, 19, that was the one that had the discrepancy, and the horse that actually won actually got disqualified, and so his horse there ended up winning that Kentucky Derby. So anyways, from what I understood, he is one of the trainers that you could ask him where they're going next, and they'd be like, yeah, we don't know. We're going to see, you know, what the horse looks like, how he's feeling, what he feels like running like, and, you know, how he's doing. And, you know, where other trainers would be jumping up and down on the sideline saying, yeah, we'll see you in 2 weeks at the Belmont or at the Preakness there in Baltimore. And, but, you know, they were pretty calm, cool, collected, and said, you know, we're not decided what we're doing next. And, you know, if the Preakness is going to be a good race for us, we'll see you in Baltimore. And if it's not, we won't, but we're not making the decision now, and we'll let it pan out a little bit before we do. So this was already all in the works way back at the time, probably even before he even ran in the Derby, let alone after he won the Derby. So, and I will say one thing for the track they ran in, you know, having a little bit of a strain or a muscle issue or anything like that wouldn't be unheard of. And it's after that type of race to look at any horse and decide whether, you know, unless there's, you know, a drastic or catastrophic failure, it's really hard to tell whether a horse is really lame or, you know, just kind of walking funny, because he just ran the race of his life, Your Honor. And it doesn't matter if he was number 1 or number 25. It's still the race of their lives running the Derby, and the only one that's harder than that is the Belmont there. And so we'll see how things pan out in a few weeks for that. But again, that race will not be at the Belmont. It'll be up in Saratoga, because they still have to finish whatever construction work they were doing there in New York, you know, down in the city there at Belmont. But other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot going on. We emailed a couple things there, so hopefully we got you a little bit of show prep there, and we'll let you go on with that. And other than that, I haven't been paying attention to the local weather the way my schedule's worked. I haven't been in the house for TV news at 6 o'clock, so I haven't seen what any of the local weather prognosticators there have in store for us. But we got the wipers on with sprinkle drops right now, so we're hoping it all gets worn out of the system now, and Saturday comes along. You got a prediction for Saturday? We could care less about the rest of this week. But what's going on Saturday?
It sounds like you're going to be kind of like in and out of rainy conditions right through the end of the week. Yeah, you might get some breaks, but the weather always changes every 24 hours, right?
Absolutely. So, anyways, well, I guess we'll see what happens there, and other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you for right now. So if anything else comes up, we'll give you a call back maybe by the loneliest hour.
Oh, we got a full night of work tonight, huh? Not a one stop and done?
Yeah, no, I won't be napping before. Heck, I don't even think the far left coast was even on today yet or yesterday yet when I started napping. So we got done a good amount of time there, so
good deal. All right, well, Horse Feathers, thanks for checking in. Have a great morning, and thank you for the update. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
According to the Associated Press, the U.S. trade deficit soared to a record $140.5 billion in March as consumers and businesses tried to get ahead of the tariffs. Federal data showing an enormous stockpiling of pharmaceutical products, they say. What is the deficit? That's the gap between the value of goods and services that we sell elsewhere versus what we buy. It's roughly doubled over the last year. In March of 2024, Commerce Department records show the gap was just under $68.6 billion. According to the federal data released yesterday, U.S. exports for goods and services totaled about $278.5 billion in March, while imports jumped to nearly $419 billion. Consumer goods led the imports surge, increasing by $22.5 billion in March. Pharmaceutical products in particular up $20.9 billion. According to the Census Bureau, signals that drug makers were trying to get ahead of Trump's threats to slap tariffs on that sector. While we had known consumer goods accounted for the bulk of March increase, we can now see pharmaceutical products were $20 billion higher, almost all of which were imported from Ireland, according to analysts at the Oxford Economics. Uncertainty still high, and broader signs of front-loading may still be visible in coming months. Imports of capital goods like computers, as well as automotive parts and cars, also increased in March, but industrial supplies and materials like metal and crude oil coming into the U.S. Fell, notably as steel and aluminum tariffs and other levies impacting energy took effect. Service-based imports like travel also decreased. Overall, imports are flooding into the U.S. For products that have or are feared to soon be caught in the crosshairs of the ongoing trade wars, as the president threatens to impose a series of steep tariffs in recent months. Much of March in particular was filled with anticipation and uncertainty leading up to what the president called Liberation Day on April 2nd, when he announced all those new taxes or tariffs on nearly all of our trading partners. Now, the White House insists that new tariffs will help close the long-standing trade deficits. We haven't sold the rest of the world more than we have bought, believe it or not, since 1975. So they're looking to reinvigorate manufacturing in America and generate government revenue. Of course, depending on who you ask, some economists continue to warn significant consequences for businesses, households, worldwide economies. These new tariffs are already increasing the operating costs for businesses that rely on the global supply chain, which indeed could hike prices for a range of goods that we buy on any given day. The recent surge in imports reflects the efforts by many companies across the country to bring in their foreign goods before the duties kicked in. New orders for manufactured durable goods, for example, jumped 9.2% in March. The trade deficit surpassed the last monthly record of $130.7 billion that was reported in January, where we also had tariff uncertainty after Trump took office. It was a $32 billion jump from just December alone. Now, some are saying we, the American consumer, are soon going to be making some choices, some tough choices. They tell us that the ships that are now pulling into the U.S. harbors from China, these ships are the first ones that have been subjected to the massive tariffs we've imposed on most Chinese imports. Now, that means in a matter of weeks, we could see higher prices and shortages of certain items. Imports from China have fallen dramatically since Trump imposed those steep tariffs, particularly since last month, obviously. This week, they say we're down about 35% compared to the same time last year. And these cargo ships come in. These are the first ones to be attached to the tariffs that were levied against China. According to Gene Sorka, executive director at the Port of Los Angeles, that is why the cargo volume is so light, he says. The drop-off in imports from China on these boats now coming into port is more than 50%. Many importers have actually canceled previous orders because U.S. businesses aren't interested in paying the steep tariff, which could more than double the price of some of these Chinese goods. The Port of L.A. had expected, they tell us, 80 ships to arrive here in the month of May. 20% of those have now been canceled. Now, customers have already canceled 13 sailings for the month of June, and you still don't know how long this is going to last. Retailers and importers alike are telling me that the products now cost about 2.5 times more than they did just last month. Now, rather than import goods to the U.S., some retailers, they say, are choosing to pay to store their products in Chinese warehouses because it's cheaper than paying the tariff, according to the CEO of Flexport. With importers and retailers unwilling to pay the steep cost, deliveries could continue to fall as much as 60%. Now, Peterson said consumers will start to notice very soon. A 60% decline in containers means 60% less stuff arriving. It's only a matter of time before they sell through this existing inventory and all this that they brought in ahead. And then you're going to start to see some empty slots on shelves. And you'll see price hikes. Imports into the U.S. during the second half of this year are expected to fall at least 20% year over year, according to the National Retail Federation. The decline of products from China will be even starker. J.P. Morgan expects somewhere between 75 and 80% drop in imports from China. And we'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tampa's MacDill Air Force Base is putting the spotlight on special operations this week as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave remarks today. Hegseth says President Trump is delivering on a generational investment to rebuild and redefine the military.
We are leaving wokeness and weakness behind. No more pronouns, no more climate change obsession, no more emergency vaccine mandates, no more dudes in dresses.
Hegseth says the goal is to provide troops with the most advanced technology so American soldiers don't have to face a fair fight. The United States Supreme Court is permitting President Trump to implement a ban on transgender people serving in the military. Justices granted an emergency request from the White House to get rid of a nationwide injunction that blocked the policy while litigation takes place. 7 transgender service members had sued to block the order made by Trump. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Quickly finishing up on talking about the surge of imports. So we brought a ton of stuff in the month of February, March. In the meantime, they tell us we continue to buy the goods that have been warehoused in the U.S., but that those stockpiles are starting to run out. Now, if this goes on for a few more weeks, the retailers, they tell us, are going to sell through the inventory, and by summertime, we'll begin to see some shortages in empty shelves. Now, that's according to Peterson. Soroka doesn't expect, you're not going to see completely empty shelves, but he said you will see less selection when it comes to some goods if you're looking for a certain type of pants. You may find all kind of pants, but maybe not the type you want. And the type you want are going to be maybe priced higher. So just take it one day at a time, kind of uncharted territory, as they say. But we continue to hear about possible deals coming to fruition. I know we had an announcement about India this past day, and they did finally confirm that I think our Treasury Secretary, who is it, Besant, is actually going to be sitting down with the Chinese counterpart sometime this week. We'll give you more on that coming up here. So they got to get some deals going. The clock is ticking, right? Meanwhile, Sundance, what's been happening?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. Hey, I've been listening to the show over the last week. And if you want to go back and play what I said about Philip, Space Cowboy, Choo Choo Man, I didn't threaten him at all. And for a man of the cloth to say that I did, is bearing false witness against me. Okay. So we need to stop that. I didn't say anything about harming nobody. I just said I wish I could find a Honda, and we could reenact that movie, the Duel, and see, but nobody got hurt. But anyway, so also drivers want to talk about people need to learn to read and write so they can drive a truck out here. I believe there were 3 R's in school: reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Mm-hmm.
And when I try to explain arithmetic to this audience, they really don't like it. And that's the one thing that makes this industry run, is arithmetic. And if you don't know how to do arithmetic and you put in bad inputs, and I'm trying to explain to you 3,000 miles a week is not every week. As a matter of fact, I've got investors and anybody in your audience that can produce their logbooks and their shipping papers and all their phone records, they win $500,000, Mr. Steve, if they can produce 150,000 miles a year on their logbooks, legitimately, no falsifications. $500,000 to any driver out there. I've got investors. We're coming for you guys.
Did you find your gold?
Y'all sitting here lying.
Did you find your gold or
Nope.
what?
No. I got friends, man. I got money.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. No, the reason.
Yeah.
The
Well,
reason.
it's out there.
the
500,000, Steve, to
Listen.
any of your drivers.
Listen, son dunce. The reason people the reason people don't like hearing your math is because you do fuzzy math. You do.
No, I don't do fuzzy math.
You do fuzzy math. Your numbers don't add up.
What do you mean? What numbers do I say that don't add up?
I don't have time to go into that, Sundance. It's just
Okay, well,
I'm not the one that drives the truck. I'm not the one that supposedly gives you the fictitious numbers. Listen to one caller after another, the people that are actually out there doing supposedly what you do, and they say your numbers just don't add up. So I don't.
Well,
and there was indeed an implied threat with your last phone call. Call it an implied threat. Now that's, we'll take you back. And if you've been listening, I think you should have clearly heard we put the kibosh on this romper room talk last week. And you would be definitely included in some of the romper room talk. Well, we don't need it. It doesn't benefit the show. I don't like to hear it. Everyone else got their messages, and we proceeded forward without that sort of discussion. End of story. Thank you, Son Dunce. If you'd like to hear from someone else, pick up the phone and dial us up at 844-844-3388. Fuzzy math. On the pause, I mentioned, we're all anxiously anticipated when will China come to the table. The pressure is on. More and more reports of unrest there. People without jobs. It's not good for them. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer will meet with China's top economic official this week in Switzerland. This is what they're describing as the initial ice-breaking step toward potential negotiations of President Trump's tariffs. The U.S. Trade Representative's Office and Treasury said Greer and Bessent will travel together to Geneva this Thursday and would also meet with the Swiss president to discuss negotiations over reciprocal trade with that country. Now, the Treasury statement said that they would meet China's top economic official without identifying the person by name, but the vice premier, He Lifeng, is widely viewed as what they call China's economic czar, the chief trade negotiator. China's embassy in Washington could not be immediately reached for comment this past day. The U.S. equity index jumped on the news as trading resumed following a second straight day of losses on Wall Street. The S&P 500 E-mini futures were about 1% higher. Now, de Bessent said, I look forward to productive talks as we work toward rebalancing the international economic system toward better serving the interests of the United States. The U.S. Trade Representative said Greer would also meet with the trade agency's mission at the World Trade Organization in Geneva. At President Trump's direction, I am negotiating with countries to rebalance trade relations to achieve reciprocity, open new markets, and protect America's economic and national security. According to Greer, I look forward to productive meetings with some of my counterparts as well as visiting with the team there in Geneva, who all work diligently to advance U.S. interest on a range of multilateral issues. All right, so these statements did not describe the meeting with the Chinese officials as official start of negotiations, as they're kind of locked into this cat and mouse game, each side unwilling to be seen as backing down. Obviously, Trump's piled up new tariffs on Chinese imports, 145%. 844-844-3388. Well, let's head out somewhere. Yeah, are we rolling through Nebraska this morning? Morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Yep, we're in the Cornhusker state, that's for sure. Oh, wow. Co-driver said he was running fine until he got into Colorado. Rain, snow, and rain. And, well, we finally got out of it. So that's quite a few miles there with nothing but rain and snow. Said he run into 3 inches worth of it there on Vail. So, but I guess it was not really a whole lot, since I guess they had the crews out there cleaning it up, which is good. I slept through it all, so I didn't see anything. I think China has a pride problem. They don't like losing face, and so they're going to hang on to what little they got, knowing that they need they need us, so for them to survive, because we are the biggest. My understanding is we are the biggest consumer in the world of everyone else's crap, as one of the, I think, Lutnick had said when he was talking to a CBS reporter. So they don't want to lose face.
We purchase almost $500 trillion worth of goods. It's like $467 billion every year from China.
Yep, and they're hurting. If we ain't buying it, they ain't selling it, and no one else wants their crap. So, I guess we're the biggest importers of crap. They just got to understand, you got to build, make quality product, quality, not quantity. So, and I guess there's got to be a way to bring them in where they don't feel like they've lost too much face, but just a little bit of skin off their nose, and everything will be all right. I have no doubt that in the future we will prevail, because, as Trump says, we hold all the cards. Well, I just heard the tail end of Sundance on there, and, if he's got all these investors, why did he go broke? Or why did he have such difficulty with his trucking company? I don't understand this. And all for that insane amount, $500,000, for anyone who can prove they can run 150,000 miles on a logbook without cheating. Well, I would think you probably could, because it's not the old world of 50-mile-an-hour average. I mean, whatever the state has, that's what you can travel. Just take 5 or 10 miles off. I mean, if it's 85 in a state, well, you're averaging 75. If you're doing 75, you're doing 65. I don't know. Like you said, the numbers just don't add up. I mean, he comes out strong whenever he does come on, and he's got some good points. And then all of a sudden, he just kind of does a 180 and goes back to Looneyville, and it's like, dude, stay on message, stay on point. But good to hear him back on again. I guess we got a little bit of comic relief there. Speaking of comic relief, you probably seen on your page, or other people have seen on your page, I have posted these videos of chicken, banana, chicken, banana, chicken, banana, banana, banana. What the hell is that? Do you know where that come from? Is it a song? Is it just something that someone come up with, a little ditty to drive us crazy? What's going on there?
I have no clue. I know nothing about chicken banana. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like a Muppet character singing chicken banana, and it's like it must be one of these crazes like I don't know, TV and computers and rocket science, a passing fancy, But I'll tell you what, it's something else. My co-driver was just asked me when your show was on, and I said, man, it's on right now. He's got a diesel pickup, and he's asking, I told him, you call in the first time, you get yourself a $60 gift certificate for these products. And he's like, well, is it open for everybody, or is there just a certain amount of people that call in?
It's open for everybody.
It's open for everybody. It's just, not everybody's comfortable talking on the air.
Yeah.
And, it's like, it's just a conversation between you and me with thousands of other eavesdroppers on there going, oh, that's funny. Oh, that's stupid, But, folks, it's just a regular phone call. Just get on there and dial the number up and say, hey, Steve, here I am. Give me some free stuff. Talk about your day, whether it's mundane or if it's, out of the ordinary or something that you thought funny, worthwhile. Man, come on. You don't have to be a truck driver to talk on this phone. I mean, just ask Sundance. He'll tell you. So, anyways, I'll go ahead and I'll let you go. I didn't have much to say. I just thought I'd get on and say something.
All right. Well, thanks for...
You have yourself a good evening.
Thank you for jumping in. Good to hear from you. All right. So I've got my first taker there, Sundance, from an old LTL driver that's home every day on e-logs. He said, where do I collect my 500,000? Let's see. The year 2021 said he logged 165,900. 2022, 163,939. 2023, he logged 152,347. Last year, 2024, logged 150,532 miles. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So according to Attorney General Pam Bondi this past day, they're describing it as the largest fentanyl bust in U.S. history. 11.5 kilos of fentanyl, including 3 million pills. Wow. Bondi said around 35 kilos of methamphetamine, 35 kilos of meth, 7.5 kilos of cocaine, 4.5 kilos of heroin, all seized, along with $5 million in cash, 49 rifles and pistols, 16 individuals, 3 women included, were arrested in the operation. 6 of the males in the country illegally. The leader of the group, Alberto Salazar Amaya, a high-ranking member of the Sinaloa cartel, who was living in Salem, Oregon. The drugs were being distributed in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Phoenix, Arizona, and in Utah. Bondi says, we are proud to announce a historic Sinaloa cartel arrest, and it marks the most significant victory in our fight against fentanyl and drug trafficking to date. During a press briefing in D.C., this multi-agency operation led by the DEA with our local, state, tribal, and federal partners targeted one of the largest, most dangerous drug trafficking and foreign terrorist organizations in our country. The largest seizure in our nation's history. Now, she said all the fentanyl pills were actually stamped as oxycodone and came in various strengths, praising the DEA agents who took part to swoop in and face the danger they do every day trying to rid the streets of illicit drugs. Bondi describing fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, laying down a stern warning to the drug pushers looking to distribute the potentially deadly drug. When we catch you, like all these individuals, if convicted, we will put you behind bars. There will be no negotiating. We will lock you up for as long as humanly possible. We will not negotiate with those who are killing our family members, including brothers, sisters, daughters, sons, friends, everyone in the room. Now, she went on to say she has no desire to send the illegals back to Mexico. The amount of drugs, the amount of money, the amount of weapons most of these individuals had, if convicted, they'll remain in American prisons. It could perhaps be Alcatraz. Wow. Big numbers. And I mean, normally they say just how many individuals these quantities would be able to kill. Hell, with 11.5 kilos of fentanyl. Is that enough to kill everyone in the daggone country? And then the pills, which they have these facilities, they're in Mexico. They take these raw components and they can press the pills that look like they're actually a prescription drug that was made here, but they are stamping the oxycodone. So this is scenarios where so many individuals, when you're buying the likes, you think it's oxycodone, you're buying it off the street, you're buying it from somebody that, a friend of a friend of a friend who doesn't know where it really came from, but it's not an actual prescription. And they'll take one or two of these, and the next thing you know, they're dead. They had no idea they were actually ingesting fentanyl. So, big bust there. Looks like Buckwheat is going to be checking in here. If I can ask you to hold through the news break, because that's about a minute away. Brain Dead, you got a little sports news in the mix here on a Hope Day, Wednesday morning coming on. We'll give you more details in our next hour. They almost did it again. We all recall discussing live that evening when we had the Black Hawk helicopter coming in direct contact, crashing with the Delta Airlines flight here a few months ago. Apparently over the weekend, close call in the same location. Not one, but two flights having to take evasive measures to avoid a Black Hawk helicopter there in D.C. Like I said, more details coming up there. Almost did it again. Deja vu. What's going on? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is offering $1,000 to illegal aliens if they self-deport using a government app. President Trump addressed the program on Monday while speaking at the White House.
What we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
The Department of Homeland Security says the payments will be made after the return has been confirmed through the CBP Home app. The app's webpage estimates that once approved, undocumented migrants would typically depart the U.S. within 3 weeks. Those who submit their intent to voluntarily self-deport will also be deprioritized for detention and removal ahead of their departure. President Trump wants to open Alcatraz, but the prison was closed for 3 key reasons.
The prison was built back in the 30s, and then Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered the prison closed in the early 60s. He said that Alcatraz costs too much to operate, it can only hold about 300 inmates, and the facility was deemed vulnerable to inmates trying to escape. Trump says it was just an idea he had. Governor Newsom's calling it a colossally bad idea. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Ford is suspending its 2025 financial outlook because of new tariffs on imported vehicles and parts.
The automaker said on Monday that President Trump's tariffs could add $1.5 billion in costs next year. The 25% tariffs target imports from countries like Mexico and Canada. Ford's profits are already down this year, especially in its electric division. Shares of Ford had dropped more than 2.4% in after-hours trading. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The U.S. Department of Justice has launched an investigation into Washington State's new mandatory reporting law.
The new law requires clergy members to report child abuse or neglect, even if it's heard during confessions, which are supposed to be confidential. Supporters of the law say no institutions should be exempt from reporting. Critics say the law infringes on long-standing religious freedoms. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Russia closed several airports in or near Moscow following a large drone attack by Ukraine.
Stuart Smith is the reporter on this story.
It's the second night in a row Ukrainian drones have targeted the Russian capital. All 4 of Moscow's major airports were temporarily closed. 19 drones were intercepted around the city without any casualties.
The attacks come ahead of Russia's Victory Day celebration, which marks the defeat of Nazi Germany in 1945 and includes a big parade in Moscow Friday. Russia has proposed a 3-day ceasefire around the event, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, pushing for a 30-day ceasefire, rejected the idea. John Summers, USA Radio News.
More details are coming out surrounding the disappearance of a Long Island legislature candidate.
Maria Lokramides is begging for supporters not to give up as the search for her son, Democratic candidate for Nassau County Legislature Petro Kramidas, stretches into week 2. The 29-year-old was last seen on April 23rd when Kramidas says her son disappeared on his way to train for a triathlon in the ocean off Long Beach. Investigators say they found his car and a towel nearby. Kramidas is asking volunteers to help in the search to bring her boy home. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 389 points. The S&P 500 fell 43 points. The Nasdaq lost 154 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Hope your week's going well. Hump day, midweek is upon us. It is 844-844-3388. I think that's the ice cream ad. He said, "Son Dunce, how you putting out some horse pucky? $500,000. You ain't never seen that much money." I don't know. Morning, Buckwheat. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, it's a beautiful morning this morning. I seen the moon. That's a good thing. Mm-hmm. It means it's not raining right now, but yeah, we needed the rain. But on Sunday we had 3 tornadoes in this area. Now, they were small ones, but one of them was about 3 miles from my house. But anyhow, they're getting ready for their Mother's Day there, the Make-A-Wish truck convoy. My company went and installed 2 new windshields in my truck, get rid of the stone chips I was looking through all winter. And so hopefully my truck's going to look pretty good for the convoy. Did pass a deer standing alongside the highway. I was like, well, good thing that she stayed there, because I would have hated to have that happen before I go in the convoy, and Ashton Mario Kart may not get a parade out of the deal.
Right.
But anyhow.
Right.
So, yesterday you had, end of the show, you had said something about alcohol, and you had Woodpecker on there, and we had Scarecrow's incident, and alcohol is very makes people do some stupid things, and I myself choose not to drink it, but and my wife chooses not to drink it either. But we have a family friend. Actually, she was a school teacher in for some of our children, and she's actually still a school teacher now, but they adopted 4 children because they couldn't have any children of their own. And Easter weekend, they were heading down to South Carolina, and Laurel, Maryland, they got rear-ended by a DUI driver, and one of their children were killed instantly, and another one was died in the hospital. So, alcohol does has bad consequences if you don't use it right. And also with that accident there, I think high speed was also a contributing factor, because the husband said he noticed the car coming real fast, and he said that, hey, look out. And just like that, they were hit. On my trips back and forth to New York City, my truck here has a radar, and I don't think there is a day that goes by that I don't catch somebody passing me at over 100 miles an hour. The highest was 120.
Wow.
So that is fast. But also, alcohol in our family, I guess you could say is a good thing, because Freeman Wheat there, my wife, she's a Native American Indian. And when she was I think it was about 18 months old, her parents and her family, they got into one of their drinking parties and got drunk. And anyhow, she wandered off and was found at a bus stop. And when they find a child at a bus stop, Child Protection Services got involved, and she got sent to a children's home up in Red Lake, Ontario. She was found in Toronto, or somewhere around Toronto, I guess. Or I guess that's where she was born at. But anyhow, and in this children's home was run by a bunch of Mennonites. And so her adopted parents had found her, and they decided they would like to adopt her. And the people that were in charge of adoption up there, they were very happy that a Mennonite family wanted to adopt this girl, because there was like 6 other Indian families that wanted to adopt her. And in the Indian culture, adopted children are sort of treated like slaves, or they're sort of, get the brunt of the dirty jobs, and, they're just really looked down on. But they were happy to allow her to go to a Mennonite family. Actually, they were so happy that the Mennonite, her adopted parents, were heading down to the States, and they allowed her to go along with them to back here to the United States for a vacation. And then they brought her back before the adoption was finalized. But yeah, it was so in that scenario, because of alcohol, I have a wife. So I mean that's a good thing. But anyhow, she I got to meet her Native American family just by coincidence. When she was a teenager, she had to apply for working papers to come down to the United States to work. And the person who had to process it actually turned out to be her cousin. And her cousin recognized the name, and they lost track of where she got to. And through that, she was able to find her birth family. Her mother would have died from alcohol poisoning back when my wife would have been about 10 years old. But, that's a little bit of a background of us. But anyhow, that's pretty much all I have for this morning. I hope it's a little bit better than Sundance. I guess the thing with Sundance there is, with his math, it's too hypothetical, and he's living trying to get a pipe dream of these rates that just aren't attainable in the United States. Now, it would be nice, but with the economy that we have, it's us truckers are our own worst enemies. We tend to try to underball each other, and the rate goes to the cheapest person that's willing to do it, and you always find somebody who tries to do it cheaper. But eventually they will. If they do it too cheap, they'll end up out of business. And so anyhow, that's pretty much all I have. And hopefully you and the AccuWeather guys can come together and give us a nice day on Saturday so we can have a beautiful convoy.
That's the hope. We'll do our best.
So, hey, we'll speak at you later.
Thank you for checking in. Buckwheat, have a good morning. Safe travels out there. Yeah, hard to believe Mother's Day weekend coming up. Mother's Day convoy Saturday this year, rather than actually Sunday, Mother's Day. And I'm gonna wager a guess. I think the turnout might be actually greater, because undoubtedly there's a number of people that would try to be making do I do the convoy, or mom's getting older. I want to spend Mother's Day with her, and I think it's a good idea to give it a shot. Yeah, breaking from the historical norm there. Hope all goes well. Yeah, roll it up on 16 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, see what Brain Dead has going on. Hump Day, I guess more like your Sunday, last night off. Morning, Brain Dead.
Actually, more like Monday, Steve.
Uh-oh.
And it feels like it, too. Let me tell you, buddy. Hey, did you get the story I sent you over the weekend, the update out of the Austin, Texas wreck that happened a few months back? Did you see that?
It's not ringing a bell. I'm not sure.
I'll put it this way. If this doesn't piss you off, I don't know what will. Because they had an update about that. And I thought I sent it to you. I guess I must not have. But I'm not going to spoil it for everybody. Find the story and read it, Steve. Because, it, like I said, it'll really piss you off like it did me. But let's switch gears, so to speak. Let's go a little NASCAR today because I have an NIL story, and I've got to digest that for later. But William Byron's leading the points right now, followed by Kyle Larson, then Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, and Tyler Reddick. Now, Alex Bowman is 10th. That's making all 400 cars in the top 10. Now, Ricky Stenhouse and Kyle Busch are on the bubble about who would make the playoffs. I got Legacy Motor Club had both cars finish in the top 10. That's kind of really good. But while we're on the subject with Legacy Motorsports, they had their preliminary injunction thrown out by a judge, but was able to grab a temporary restraining order. Let's see. Now, you plan on watching the Indy 500 coming up, right?
Yeah, seeing as that takes place on a Sunday where I'm off Monday, I do actually get to tune into the Indy and the Coca-Cola 600. I look forward to that.
Yeah, buddy. IndyCar is going to be on Fox this year. Fox has the exclusivity of all of the rights to it. Now, you're going to have to find the channel because it's either going to be on Fox directly. I believe the race will be, but all of the practice and qualifying and all of that is either going to be on FS1 or FS2. So check your local listings. Now, also too, did you hear the big news that the championship is going back to Homestead next year. Did you happen to see that?
I did not. Yeah, that was was it the first 2 or 3 years that they did Homestead, and then they kind of started shifting things around?
Mm-hmm. I do think they need more tracks in that, other than just Phoenix and Vegas. I say Atlanta. It'd be too cold for, say, New Hampshire, Chicago, maybe a Daytona. I would love to see it start and end at Daytona. That's just one person's opinion. But now, Dale Jr. did say on his podcast this past week, now he's on this committee to help improve the championships, so to speak. And he makes a good point, good idea. Now, he said that a full season format is on the table. With the new playoff format that NASCAR is considering other different formats. Now, the fans, such as me, have been wanting since this chase started in 2004, then they went to the elimination style in 2014. NASCAR has finally heard our outcry, and they have gotten very louder. Now, I like Dale Jr.'s idea. It's a full race season until the last 3 or 4 races, and the top 4 guys race it out. And I kind of like that theory. I don't know what you think, Steve.
That might be a positive, a step in the right direction.
Yep. Now, here's something kind of a rumor been circulating, and I do find it coming to fruition soon. Now, we all know Kyle Larson's doing the double dip. We all know that. It's been talked about for eons. But Scott McLaughlin, now that name I know does not ring a bell with you, Steve. So he drives for Penske in the IndyCar Series. Now, he has expressed interest in running the Coca-Cola 600 as well, doing that double dip. Because Penske could obviously put together another car for him for a one-off deal. But also, and I found this interesting, Ryan Blaney has also expressed interest in doing this. So let's just say a lot of more people are kind of getting into the mix of this. Corey Heim will start his first ever Cup Series race in Kansas this weekend. He'll be driving the number 67 car for 2311 Racing. And Jesse Love will also start at Kansas driving the number 33 car for Indy. Now, there is, get that one in a minute. Now, also now, remember a while back we talked about the whole Chevrolet body and all of this? Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think NASCAR is deciding to bend the rules. I think we need to take the S out of it, and it's called the National Association of Car Auto Racing, because they're not following what a stock car is.
Right.
Stock car is something I'd be able to go right out on the floor and go drive it right off the lot that day, because they announced today that Chevrolet will be getting an updated body. The Camaro's not in production no more. They're not. They're not making no more. They're not making no more Camaros. So how come GM or Chevrolet is getting away with this? Now I'm thinking of using this as a marketing platform for the brand, because the best thing that they could have done was gone to the whole Cadillac. CT5 Blackwing? That is a sharp-looking car if you ever see pictures of it, because they had a prototype made for the race, because they're going to F1 next year, and they held the launch event just before the Miami Grand Prix, and the team owner, I'm going to butcher the name, please forgive me, Grameen London, confirmed that the team has signed no drivers. Now, the rumors have it, in the dirt sheet, so to speak, have it that Red Bull driver Sergio Perez has signed with the team. But now there are 2 seats that are up for grabs, so there's 1 seat that's filled. Now, another name that's been coming up a lot is American Jack Crawford. He's rumored to have the other seat, as he is in Formula 2 and he lost his seat last year at Red Bull Racing. So, of course, next year is when Cadillac's going to start all this. But back to the whole NASCAR thing in the body real quick. I find it ironic and funny. Toyota is getting rid of the Supra next year, and they're running that body in Xfinity. So are they going to keep the Toyota body like how NASCAR is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a car aficionado for Toyota, don't get me wrong, but I don't think there is any other production Toyota cars right now being made. I don't know I'm not for sure, but Steve, that's all I got for tonight, buddy. I'm going to go run to Memphis Town.
So time to run. All right. Well, have a good morning. Did he say it's already his Monday? All right. A couple minutes before we hit our news break here. Bottom of the hour. Things to make you go home. About a week ago, remember we had the incident where we lost an F-18 off the aircraft carrier. We lost another one yesterday. A U.S. F-18 fighter jet lost in the Red Sea Tuesday after tipping off the flight deck of the Harry S. Truman. Second such incident in literally about a week time. Now, officials said in this case, the fighter jet failed to come to a proper halt after landing on the carrier. I'm assuming, the hook thing that grabs the cables that stop the planes must have been missed. They did say both members of the crew were able to eject before the jet plunged into the water. They were rescued by helicopter. One of the officials said medical evaluation showed the aviators had some minor injuries. There were no injuries to flight deck personnel. But yeah, right on the heels last week where we had another fighter jet that fell overboard, where they were aiding U.S. strikes against the Houthis there in Yemen. These aircraft cost about $60 million or more. These sort of incidents are rather rare, but the fact that two occurred in such a short time is likely to raise some scrutiny of the carrier's operations right now. They're on the Harry S. Truman. Yeah, but if you miss the hook, right, you can't slow down enough. It's just off we go in the drink. So there you go. We'll close out, another segment there. Rolling up on the bottom of the hour, midway point here as we work our way into Hump Day. Turn the page on the calendar. 7th day of May coming on here. You want to jump on in, feel free to do so. It's 844-844-3388. We'll head down somewhere in Florida. Philip, got you coming up right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is offering $1,000 to illegal aliens if they self-deport using a government app. President Trump addressed the program on Monday while speaking at the White House.
What we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
The Department of Homeland Security says the payments will be made after the return has been confirmed through the CBP Home app. The app's webpage estimates that once approved, undocumented migrants would typically depart the U.S. within 3 weeks. President Trump wants to open Alcatraz, but the prison was closed for 3 key reasons.
The prison was built back in the 30s, and then Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered the prison closed in the early 60s. He said that Alcatraz costs too much to operate, it can only hold about 300 inmates, and the facility was deemed vulnerable to inmates trying to escape. I'm Jason Campidonia.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Welcome back. It is 844-844-3388. Before I pick Philip up here, he was talking in recent days. Have you seen some of these talk about budget cuts for NASA? And I got my daily update from space.com yesterday via the email, and it says the rumors about impending NASA cuts apparently were well-founded, it turns out, as the Trump administration released their proposed 2026 skinny budget last week, laying out in broad strokes how they plan to allocate funding across federal agencies for the coming fiscal year. Yeah, reports had suggested NASA could take it on the chin, and that is the case. The skinny budget, as they call it, slashes NASA funding by $6 billion compared to this year's levels, taking up from $24.8 billion to $18.8 billion. That's like a 24% cut. That would be the biggest single-year cut to NASA funding in American history, they say. The cuts are especially deep for space science, earth science, and legacy human exploration systems, which would be slashed by 2.3, 1.2, and nearly 900 million, respectively. NASA's sustainable aviation programs would also come to an end, and this budget would ensure continued elimination of any funding toward misaligned DEI sort of initiatives, according to NASA. That's the diversity, equity, inclusion. If this budget is enacted, a big if, as it has to be approved by Congress, some big-ticket NASA programs might get the axe. Among them, the Mars Sample Return, which is a joint effort with the European Space Agency to get material collected by NASA's Perseverance rover back to Earth, and a program known as Gateway, the planned moon-orbiting space station that has long been a key part of NASA's Artemis moon program. And Artemis itself would be further reshaped in the coming years as well. The budget phases out the grossly expensive, delayed Space Launch System rocket and the Orion capsule after 3 flights. The skinny budget reads, SLS alone costs $4 billion per launch, and it's 140% over budget. The budget funds a program to replace SLS and the Orion flights to the moon with more cost-effective commercial systems that would support more ambitious subsequent missions to the moon. Now, the SLS and Orion have flown together once on the uncrewed Artemis 1 mission back in late 2022. Under the new budget, the duo would be retired after Artemis 3, which aims to land astronauts near the moon's south pole in 2027. The skinny budget increases funding for just one branch of NASA, human space exploration, which gets a nearly $650 million boost. This, they say, is a reflection of the Trump administration's priorities, which value returning to the moon before China and putting a man on Mars, according to the document. So maybe some big-time cuts coming there. Hey, is this Mr. Choo Choo?
It sure is. Choo Choo in the house. How you doing, buddy?
Morning, Philip.
Yeah, I figured we were going to get them cuts on SLS. They way behind the program on that deal, and that big orange rocket, it costs a lot to fly it. So it doesn't surprise me. Mm-hmm. It doesn't surprise me at all. I'd heard that the 3 launches were what they were going to get, and that would be it. It's going to be a lot of that stuff cut out, Steve. And I've said it on here before that, you know, the commercial side of the deal, it's easier for NASA to hire somebody and that has already proven their vehicle than it is to build their own vehicle anymore. What you think about that, buddy?
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's. I guess they're gonna rely more on what, the likes of probably SpaceX.
It'll be SpaceX and it'll be Blue Origin. Those are the 2 right now that come to my mind that are going to be the ones that do it. Bezos is still getting Blue Origins. They're still getting their big rocket together, but once they get into it, they'll be in competition with SpaceX. SpaceX dominates it pretty much. I mean, they are the ones, you know, and this Starship, once they get it proven, then, oh, by the way, that was a little interesting story you had about them changing the name of the place to Starbase. There ain't very many people live in Boca Chica, so I'm pretty sure that Elon didn't have a problem getting that through the deal, and they've had a problem with that beach anyway. That's initially what that place was about, was tourism. Everybody would go down to the beach down there. That was a big deal, and it's on a refuge area, so that's why they've kind of watched their P's and Q's with it, because they're on a wildlife refuge area. So, but it's going to be a hard one, Steve. Yesterday we were talking about driverless trucks. Remember that, Steve?
Yes, sir. I mean, the Aurora thing with actually no driver. Did you do a little research on that?
Let me tell you what I found out, brother. I did a lot of work on Aurora Innovation, is the name of the company. I am going to eat crow, and I said that there probably was somebody in that truck. There ain't nobody in that truck. Now, with the promotional material that I've seen on it, that thing can do a lot of stuff. And, I mean, it'll do anything. It's just uncomprehendable what the technology can do. But they've got one person that's leading that company, and I think you have mentioned her name on here before, Osa Fisher. You remember that name, Steve, if you brought that name up before?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, folks, if you want to have some fun and you like reading, I want you to research Osa Fisher. She is the president of Aurora Innovations. And I want you to look at her background and see where she started out from, and see where she's a very highly educated lady. She started out on the money side of things in her career, and it's a very interesting story about her and how she came to the U.S. as a child and all that stuff. But just the amount of education and the amount of, I mean, it's all documented what this lady has done financially is just ridiculous. It's unbelievable. It's uncomprehendable. And I would love to sit down and have a talk with this woman, because I tell you what, she's been around money everywhere, and she knows how to make money work, Steve. And she also knows how to pull people together and lead them and make things happen. And I think that's why Aurora went after her initially. She wasn't in the market to go to work for them. They came to her, and I think that's the right fit for them. And it's kind of scary what they're gonna do. Their plans are, Steve. And I'm not saying it's gonna put people out of work or anything like that. And they put that into their advertising. They don't want to, they're more about having a safe driving environment and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. It's a lot further than I thought, Steve. Between them and another company called Kodiak.
Yep.
They are making that stuff happen. What do you think, man?
I know Kodiak I think they've both been doing like the test runs in Texas. Aurora is the first to actually. Kodiak, I think their testing still includes someone actually in the vehicle.
The Kodiak is they're actually hauling loads. But their way of thinking is what I was talking about yesterday. There is a driver in there in case something happens that can take over.
Right.
The Aurora one is full-on driver, no driver. And I want to tell you something, guys. I did this research yesterday. I thought, well, probably somebody takes it to the interstate, then it gets on the interstate and goes by itself. Nope. It drives from the terminal to the interstate, down side streets, down regular routes, gets on the interstate, goes from Houston to Dallas, goes to their terminal there, truck's offloaded, gets back on, goes back. And so it's point A to point B and back, and it is going from terminal to terminal. There's no taking it to a drop yard like we used to do back in the day when we double hooked trailers down here at the big trailers down here at the Turnpike in Florida when we used to haul the big doubles, the long doubles. No, it isn't nothing like that. It's going terminal to terminal, Steve. So that means that they're into that kind of stuff. they're a lot further along than I thought. Way a lot more further than I thought, because once you start navigating city streets, then we get into another layer of the onion, so to speak, that's going to be different. So, what do you think about that, Steve? Going terminal to terminal.
And like I said, were you able to come across? I think they had given a map of what their plans. I mean, within the next 2 years, you see that they're going to be supposedly coming like all the way down to where you are.
Oh, absolutely, and they made a statement. Yeah, I've seen in their some of their advertising material and some of their stuff. The truck don't get tired. The system don't get tired. So, and the system, I can tell you right now, the system ain't gonna be on the logbook. Do you think the government's gonna? How is the government going to regulate that, Steve? I mean, drivers have all hours of service. A machine can run until it breaks. Am I wrong for thinking that? Is that an accurate statement, Steve?
I guess
the machine doesn't need a lot.
As long as
the ELD.
As long as you got fuel in the tank, right? It can go and go and go. I mean, I don't know. Are they going to be working out a point where they're going to be able to have a location for it to stop and refuel, or?
Well, you picture this with what I saw yesterday. They could have an individual, or even possibly Pilot or whoever Loves or whoever the truck stop is, could have a person out here. You remember the days of full service?
Yep.
They could have the truck pull into the fuel bay, shut down, have a person fuel it, and then that person reactivates it, and it goes on its way. That's some scary stuff, man. You know, I don't think they'll have it set up to where the truck can refuel itself, because you've got to put fuel in. And what do we also got to do, Steve? Now, in the days that we got to put DEF in the truck, right?
Right.
So are we going to develop, is Loves or Pilot or one of these truck stop outfits going to develop a system that will refuel a truck like that, where it comes in and it plugs itself in and it refuels itself? I mean, is that going to make them step up to the plate and even get more technical with it? It's hard telling. It's food for thought. I can tell you what, though, Aurora wants to get, by the end of this year, now this is their prediction, they want to get 100 trucks running down in Dallas-Houston area. Excuse me. They want to get around 100 trucks. That's a lot of trucks, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Think about your small fleets out there. I mean, 100 trucks in a small fleet. And that's just doing that route. But they want to come to Florida. Another one that I heard yesterday was Kodiak. They're actually running to Atlanta, Steve, out of the Texas area. They're running up into Atlanta with the driverless truck right now. Now, I mean, they have a driver behind the wheel that's there in case something happens with it. But still, I mean, think about that, Steve. That's quite a ways. That's a little bit longer route than just going from Houston to Dallas. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the next big jump for Aurora is going to be Arizona. Arizona is like one of the big pictures. And by the way, folks, Aurora is into more than driverless semis. They are also into autonomous transportation for mass transit. They're also into infrastructure for roads. So those roads down in Dallas, I'm pretty sure some of their sensing is actually put in by them on that road. So they are into the whole game. I mean, they're even talking trains, and they're talking about all the moving people at airports, and I mean different things. It's not just the trucks. So pretty big deal, Steve. I mean, thank you for making me get interested in something and putting a lot of research into it. I mean, it made me think, and I've got a different outlook on it. But it's food for thought there, and have a good night, Sundance. We appreciate you. I'm with Heat Wave. You do have valid points. It's just when sometimes you get into it, you tank down on your numbers, and the numbers don't make sense. That's my big thing. Is numbers just don't make sense. I ain't taking no threats, Steve. Don't let that mess with your body. I ain't worried about that romper room crap. So Y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, Philip. Have a good morning. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So they're saying no more helicopter rides for VIPs or unnecessary training in the congested DCA airspace that's full of civilians. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy blasting the Defense Department after an Army Black Hawk helicopter apparently took the scenic route around Washington, D.C., which caused near misses with two commercial jets attempting to land at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Taking you back to last Thursday. About 2:30 in the afternoon, Army Black Hawk helicopter allegedly had close calls with two commercial airlines. Our helicopter restrictions around DCA are crystal clear. The Federal Aviation Administration issuing an incident report said air traffic control instructed Delta Airlines Flight 1671 and Republic Airways Flight 5825 to perform go-arounds at the Reagan National Airport due to a priority air transportation helicopter inbound into the Pentagon Army heliport. The Army Black Hawk, though, took a scenic route around the Pentagon versus proceeding directly to the west to the heliport. According to the FAA Assistant Administrator, both commercial airplanes were reportedly on their final approach. The Black Hawk, get a load of this, the helicopter came within 200 feet of the Republic plane and within 400 feet of the Delta plane. According to Sen's email, Sen said air traffic controllers temporarily could not pinpoint the Black Hawk's tracking position in real time on the radar screens. He noted the helicopter's radar track inadvertently floated and jumped to a different location on the controller feed after being unresponsive for a couple of seconds. At the time of the incidents, the control tower had one supervisor, 4 certified professional controllers, and one certified professional trainee receiving on-the-job training. Obviously, they launched an investigation into the events. Delta said they're cooperating in the investigation. Delta said there were 5 flight crew and 97 passengers aboard their airliner. We will cooperate with the FAA as they investigate, according to Delta. The U.S. Army said of the incident, while conducting flight operations into the Pentagon, in accordance with published FAA flight routes and DCA air traffic control, the UH-60 Black Hawk was directed by Pentagon Air Traffic Control to conduct a go-around overflying the Pentagon helipad in accordance with approved flight procedures. As a result, DCA Air Traffic Control issued a go-around to 2 civilian fixed-wing aircraft to ensure the appropriate deconfliction of airspace. These incidents classified as a loss of separation. That's when aircraft violate the minimum vertical and or horizontal distance required to safely avoid a mid-air collision. Pentagon did not immediately provide a comment when they were asked by Reuters, but Sean Duffy declared the action by the chopper's pilot were unacceptable. Our helicopter restrictions around DCA, they are crystal clear. I'll be talking to the Department of Defense to ask why the hell our rules were disregarded. Safety has to come first. We just lost 67 souls. No more helicopter rides for VIPs or unnecessary training in a congested DCA airspace full of civilians. Take a taxi, take an Uber. Besides, most VIPs have black car service anyway. Ultimately, lawmakers from both sides of the aisle concerned about this. Ted Cruz said the Army is once again putting the traveling public at risk. It's time for the FAA to act swiftly and assert control over the national airspace so the Army stops running air taxis for military officials near the Reagan Airport. Jerry Moran of Kansas said the Army and the FAA need to reevaluate their operations and return to Capitol Hill and explain what needs to be done to make certain this DCA airspace is safe. We already had a tragedy that should not have happened. Several others with comments, but all right, we get a news break back after this.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. India says they launched a military strike into Pakistan. President Trump responded to India's military firing multiple missiles.
It's a shame we just heard about it, just as we were walking in the doors.
In a statement, the nation's Ministry of Defense said it attacked terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and in the disputed Kashmir region. India insists the strikes are non-escalatory in nature and no Pakistani military facilities were targeted. A spokesperson for the Pakistani military acknowledged the strikes and said Pakistan will respond to it at a time and place of its own choosing. This comes after dozens of tourists were killed by gunmen last month inside a region of Kashmir controlled by India. Experts are warning President Trump's cuts to weather monitoring and climate research will put millions of Americans at risk.
Researcher Alonzo Plow said in an op-ed published Monday that extreme weather and associated health risks will harm people across the country. Plow said rather than protecting families and communities from these harms, however, the Trump administration has sent a far different message to the American people. You're on your own. His article comes after the Trump administration's attempts to reduce federal spending, including major cuts at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and the National Weather Service. I'm Brian Shook.
The 2027 NFL Draft is headed for D.C.
President Trump and NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell made the announcement at the White House Monday.
The 2027 NFL Draft, that's a big thing, will be held right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., on the National Mall.
The president said the draft is an annual highlight for football fans across the nation. That announcement comes just days after the Washington Commanders unveil plans for a new stadium to be built on the site of RFK Stadium. John Summers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The California Republican Party has launched a video ad campaign aimed at Democratic lawmakers accusing them of not protecting older teenagers from sex trafficking. Recently, state Democrats stripped language out of a bill that would have made buying sex from 16 and 17-year-olds an automatic felony.
In California, soliciting a teenager for sex isn't always a felony. That's not right. They not like us. They don't know what it's like to feel this fear. Our safety isn't minor. This crime should never be just a misdemeanor.
The ads will appear on Facebook and Instagram, targeting women and parents, with plans for more ads against additional lawmakers soon. The campaign follows misleading ads from the California Democratic Party on the same issue. Opening arguments today in the trial of a Florida teacher accused of being drunk and obstructing police at a house party which involved over 100 teenagers. Her attorney, Kenneth Weaver, told the jury that Carly Anderson was drunk but also concerned about a student who was being put in the back of a police car.
When watching that video, it is going to become clear to you that Miss Anderson was intoxicated.
Well, you know, I'm a teacher. Who the did you put, who got put in that car? I was here hanging out at this party.
Yes, she was intoxicated at that point in time.
Anderson is a former third-grade teacher at Roosevelt Elementary School in Orlando and faces up to a year in jail if convicted. She turned down a plea deal, and the judge expects the case to wrap up tomorrow. I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, another hour. Here we go on a hump day. Welcome into our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour, 7th day of May. And Vic joins us here on a hump day. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning. I was just listening to you talking about there with the NOAA thing. I don't know exactly what Trump was wanting to cut there, and I was thinking about how many people depend on weather information, you know, the tornado alerts, hurricanes, and then the fishing fleets, they depend on it for where to fish. The farmers depend on it. So I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about there about budget cuts. But what I called about was, did you happen to see any of the Homeland Security hearings, congressional hearings with Kristi Noem today, or any cuts of it or anything?
Just a little bit. I had tuned in. I think I was about to hit the hay by that point in time, but what do we garner?
Well, basically we have a lot of dumb congressional people, and they ask a question, but they don't want an answer. And when she would start the answer, they would cut her off before she could really even answer it, and then they'd say, well, I want to reclaim my time. And so it's like, no. And there was a congressional person, a woman there out of Illinois, Lauren something, I forget what her name was, but she asked Kristi Noem about if she believed that every person in America deserved due process. And before she could really answer it, she said, well, that's up to the congressional people or something. And then she said, well, I wanted a yes or no answer. Well, here's the whole thing. Due process is different for every person in America, and even citizens or non-citizens. And even the non-citizens get a certain level of due process. And I was thinking about, like, a minor in a lot of cities is subject to a curfew where an adult isn't. So that due process would be different. And then you had people, you've had a couple of people there that called in and talked about they got in trouble with the OWIs or DUIs because they carried a CDL license. You know, that's just some of the simple examples of the difference of due process. And what they were trying to get at was to say that these people that Biden had allowed into the country, they were trying to say that they were citizens. Well, I don't believe so, and nobody knows exactly. I to this day don't know if Biden approved the entry into this country. Were they illegals or were they legal with that app? And remember when they were sneaking all the people into this country and putting them in different areas and late at night, but just dumped them in different cities.
Yep.
And they wouldn't even tell them what cities they were going to. So, what is their legal status? And it just struck me as odd. And the other thing was that Kristi Noem said they were trying to get things cleaned up at FEMA because there were still FEMA claims left over from Hurricane Katrina. And she was talking about all that, looking about reorganizing FEMA and seeing exactly, if there was any place where they could save on that. And the deal, and I forget who it was, one of them jumped on and says, well, can you give me any examples of inefficiency of FEMA and all this other type of stuff? And I'm thinking, well, when they came up with FEMA, that started out way back when under the Civil Defense and went through different changes. And after 9/11, that's when they come up with that Federal Emergency Management Association. And your listeners down there in Louisiana, I don't know how many of them are familiar with people in the shrimp boat industry. But what happened was it blew a lot of the shrimp boats up into the canals and everything, and it also, the Katrina, it deposited a lot of silt in a lot of those channels. And I remember the Corps of Engineers used to take care of all that before FEMA came along. And instead of allowing the Corps of Engineers to do the study, somehow, some way, there was a FEMA employee from Iowa that came down, and the shrimping boat captain kept saying, I need to get this cleaned out so I can get my shrimp boat out there and get back to work. And she says, well, that's all sand there. That's not a canal. We're not going to make you a canal. And he says, no, that was a canal, but it was filled up with sand. And I guess the shrimp boat industry really got hit hard on that deal. I don't know if they ever got it straightened out. Then they ran into the fact that some of New Orleans was a historical district, and they wouldn't give an emergency order to change anything. So I don't know how much of that work ever got cleaned up. But the big thing is I don't think that the congressional people really wanted to do anything than make sure that they could keep the people in here that Biden let in here, and they were trying to gum up all the work they could any way they could. And then on top of that, I seen a thing with Tom Tillis there up in North Carolina objecting to the U.S. attorney that Trump wants because, oddly enough, he felt that attorney had been basically making sure that the January 6th, whatever you want to call them, but, the people that have been charged, he had been going for their defense, and he wanted to make sure they did get their due process. But that seemed to upset Tom Tillis. And Tom Tillis, he was actually, Senator Tom Tillis, he was actually chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee whenever Trump was going through all that Russiagate stuff. And I wondered why he didn't speak up. And then all of a sudden COVID came along. Well, Tom Tillis, I didn't realize it, but he was day trading commodities. Now, how he had time to do that in Senate, I don't know, because day trading commodities is pretty tough. And you can't just, do that without dedicating a lot of time to it. And he was one of the guys after the hearing about what COVID-19 could turn into. He was one of the congressional people that wound up making a lot of money on when the market, the bottom dropped out of the market. So I just found a little bit interesting that here they were discussing due process, and Tom Tillis was upset about that, and he was upset that the D.C. prosecutor would basically be a person that was working for that part of the January 6th people, and that whole committee saying, not the old one, but it needs to be revived and thoroughly investigated, I guess is what I want to say. So but that was just that whole thing there with Kristi Noem, and she's over, all that stuff with the Homeland Security and all of that. And she's trying to do a good job and trying to bring people together and work with other agencies to make sure that we get the criminals out of the country. And it just, I like I said, I can't really express how I would have to say how amazed I was at some of the questions that those congressional people were asking. And I always hated when somebody would ask me a question and they really had on their mind to make a point they didn't want an answer. And that's just one of my pet peeves, because like in management stuff, people come up and ask you a question. And really, they didn't want an answer to a question. They wanted to tell you an opinion or get an opinion from you. So, why they try to phrase it like a question, I don't know. And that's just something I'm a little sensitive to. But if you ever, if you have time to just kind of look at that congressional hearing with Kristi Noem.
Well, for the small amount I did get to see, I noticed the exact same thing. I can't recall who was the supposed questioner, but they went through, literally 2 or 3 supposed questions, but she never got a chance to respond. Like you said, Vic, what they were essentially doing, they were making a statement, but no opportunity to respond whatsoever. It's just a one side of the story, and that's the only narrative they want to get out. They don't want to hear the truth or the response. But I think she held her own pretty good there. It's 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, back at it here. Let's see who we got on board. Could very well. Somebody wanted to talk about Elon Musk. Who we got?
Hi, Steve. This is Joe, Houston, Texas.
Well, good morning, Joe. First-time caller, I presume.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me on your show.
What can we do for you, Joe? What's happening?
I have a thought that I'd like to hear some of your truckers talk about, or, kick around a little bit, because they're deep thinkers and productive people. I want to hear what they think about this. Elon Musk has become very hated for a lot of known reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's smart, he's rich, he's white, he likes Trump, he's bailed on the Democrats. Those are all known things. Elon Musk, to me, is also a first responder. If you think about all the things he's done across the country, he's a first responder also. For instance, I'll give you an example. I'm on the last probably 10% of my vision, and I'm hoping his research will give me my vision back, because it's already working for people. I'd just like to hear some of your drivers talk about that.
I guess you're right.
I appreciate productive people.
You're talking about the what do they call it? The Neuralink thing, where he's supposedly helping people even people that have been blind from birth. Supposedly, that's what I'm hearing. He's looking to accomplish.
Yes, sir. And so far, it's got people talking through a computer.
Yes.
By thought.
Mm-hmm.
That have never spoken before already. It's working. He could save thousands and thousands of people, improve their life so greatly.
Yes. It's kind of stuff that would...
And I want to be one of them.
It seems like it would be science fiction not that long ago, but it's amazing, yes, how leaps and bounds are coming. All right, well, Joe, we'll get some response from some of the others out there. I'm guessing you've got us on our affiliate there in Houston, Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I got you on 2 different channels, I believe, and I do like your show.
All right. We're going to get you a first-time caller code there, Joe. $60 of Hot Shot Secret products. You'll just go to the website, hotshotsecret.com. Have you tried their products yet?
No, sir. I don't drive anything, so if you would give one of your next caller mine.
I got you. Okay, so not a driver. I guess so. Well, I guess fuel additives wouldn't do you a whole lot of good if you don't drive, right? But good to hear from Joe there, Houston, Texas. 844-844-3388. Since he brought Doge up, I did hear this just yesterday. The Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, said they have officially now saved over $1,000 per taxpayer in this country. They said their estimated total savings has now reached $165 billion. Now, this is all a combination of asset sales, contract and lease cancellations, renegotiations, fraud and improper payment deletion, grant cancellations, interest savings, and on, regulatory savings, workforce reduction. Yeah, the cost, this breaks down to $1,024 and some change per taxpayer. They calculate that figure by accounting for approximately 161 million individual federal taxpayers in the country. Currently, their wall of receipts lists 9,497 terminated contracts, $32 billion in savings, more than nearly $3 billion in savings come from a canceled Department of Interior contract with the following description: Office of Refugee Resettlement Influx Care Facility. Influx Care Facility? That's for up to 3,000 unaccompanied alien children. That contract provided facilities and full wraparound child care and case management services. They also display 11,654 grant terminations, $37 billion in savings, along with 592 lease terminations, another $291 million in savings. The Department of Health and Human Services stands as number one on the leaderboard in terms of generating savings, followed by the General Services Administration, then Department of Education, Office of Personnel Management. Federal agencies generating the least savings include the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of Energy, NASA, and the Department of Transportation. As far as NASA goes, so we just shared that there's going to be potentially, $6 billion in cuts to that with the next year's fiscal budget. Despite the Department of Transportation showing up on the poorer side of the leaderboard, it is still generating savings. DOJ recently praised the DOT, along with Sean Duffy, for canceling 7 wasteful grants with award valued at $54 million, a savings of $51 million. Now, there were $6 million for what DOJ described as collaborative planning to address safety concerns of women and gender non-confirming people, $12 million for accelerating equitable decarbonization, $6 million for hyperlocal pollution exposure inequities. That was in New York City. The DOT is working to cut waste. We'll have more to report over the coming weeks, according to DOJ. Now, the acting GSA administrator also bragged about the organization's savings, announcing on Monday that GSA slashed $30 billion in government-wide contracts, as well as initiated procurement consolidation and deregulation. All this done in the first 100 days in office, where we're up to about 100 days, and I guess a week now, 100 days, 107, if I'm counting correctly. Let me see here. I guess we'll get started with Pappy this morning, see what's happening. Morning.
What's going on, Steve? Excuse me. No, man, I was good call by Victor. I wanted to add to that just a little bit if I could. Steve, I saw some of them clips too. I want to reclaim my time. As soon as she knows she's getting waxed, right? I want to reclaim my time. She can reclaim all the time she wants, Steve. She's not going to be right. He's absolutely 100% correct. There's due process is different under different circumstances. The main thing is that it depends. If you're a U.S. citizen, you have rights to our laws, due process, if you commit a crime. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you're an illegal border crosser, or you're a non-citizen in our country and you commit a crime in our country, you are entitled to that same due process. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about all these deportations, Steve, there's different due processes for why somebody is in this, or how somebody is in this country. Do they have a passport? Do they got a green card? Or are they on a work visa, etc., right? There's so many different reasons why somebody can be in this country. Deportation hearings are not just criminal, but it is also can be or an administrative hearing, not a criminal hearing in some cases. When you hear about these, especially if somebody's illegal, they entered this country illegally. They don't have a work visa, a green card, or anything. They're illegal bureaucrats.
Yeah, don't have a work permit, the green card. All right, we got to pause there, so we'll pick up after this.
U.S. USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is offering $1,000 to illegal aliens if they self-deport using a government app. President Trump addressed the program on Monday while speaking at the White House.
What we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
The Department of Homeland Security says the payments will be made after the return has been confirmed through the CBP Home app. The app's webpage estimates that once approved, undocumented migrants would typically depart the U.S. within 3 weeks. President Trump wants to open Alcatraz, but the prison was closed for 3 key reasons.
The prison was built back in the 30s, and then Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered the prison closed in the early 60s. He said that Alcatraz costs too much to operate, it can only hold about 300 inmates, and the facility was deemed vulnerable to inmates trying to escape. I'm Jason Campadonia.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where we leave off there? If the screen is correct, I do believe the Carolina Monkey Gouger will be in the house coming up here. How about that? All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Two-time world champion.
Manure hauler.
Two-time world champion manure hauler in the house. Steve, they're trying to pull the wool over our eyes, and they're just flat out lying. I forget exactly where I was when I got cut off, but if you got an illegal border crosser, I don't even want to call them an immigrant, in this country, and they commit a crime in our country, they murder somebody, a U.S. citizen, or even they commit a crime in our country, they are entitled to our due process. Now, let's take this. I forget his name. I really don't care. This numbnuts down, and Democrats keep trying to get him back. So he's in a deportation hearing, and he had his hearings. Okay? If we get a request from another country that we have somebody in custody, and we get a request from another country saying, hey, he's wanted for murder or whatever other crimes, or we want him. It's no different than if a U.S. citizen commits a serious felony crime in California and flees to Ohio, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to deport him back to California. It's called extradition. No, it's not deport. We're not kicking them out of the country. We're just moving them to another state. So there's an extradition hearing. When a crime is not committed in the United States and it's committed in another country, they do not have this due process. If we got somebody in our custody, and Nicaragua calls us up and says, hey, we want this guy, all the United States is required to do is to prove, right, that the request is valid and it's legit. That's it. Here you go. Here he is, pal. What these Democrats were trying to say, that it hasn't been established that he's an MS-13 member.
Right.
Even though it has been. They were trying to say, well, Steve, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether we find he's an MS-13 member or not. The other country's saying so. You follow me? And to kick it all off is that they were saying that the reason they didn't want this man to go is that his life was in danger from other gang members if he got deported.
Which is...
Why would that be?
It's the rival gang, which means he is a gang member. He's the MS-13. I forget the name of the gang. It's the something 18 gang down there. That's the reason that they supposedly had the hold order to not send him back, right?
Steve, that's like saying we got somebody in this country that committed a mass murder in another country. And this other country is China, and they're going to cut this dude's head off when they get him back. Well, we don't want to send him back to China. They might cut his head off. I think I told you this story before. My dad joined the Navy in 1935. Well, before us getting involved in World War II. In 1937, he got transferred over to China. He patrolled the Yangtze River on a gunboat. Now, Steve, I want you to try to picture China in 1937. I think I did mention it because I brought up that movie, Sand Pebbles, with Steve McQueen.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody's ever seen that movie, it's exactly what it was like. And my dad said that they used to go into Shanghai on the weekends and watch some public executions. At one time, him and partners walking down the street, a little Chinese guy ran up and stole some stuff off a fruit vendor stands out in the street. He stole, I don't know, something off the stand, apple or something. Went running down the street, and this Chinese soldier on the horse came riding up, took his sword out, whacked this dude's arm off, holstered his saber, and just kept on riding. Didn't stop. No paperwork to fill out, no use of force, just kept on going. Iraq, back before when Saddam Hussein was in power, Steve. And the only reason I'm kind of bringing it up is because of these knuckleheads that were acting the way they were in court today. You didn't act like that in China back in them days. You didn't act like that in Iraq when Saddam Hussein was in power, dude. They would duct tape your butt to a pole, put a grenade on your chest, duct tape that grenade around your chest and around the pole, and then pull the pin. I'm not saying we need to get like that, Steve, but the difference is that in a communist state and a socialist state, the government, they look at the government as they are the controllers of the family. They issue the discipline out. And in our country, it used to be the family. And by degrading the family and taking away the fathers out of the house and making it to where if you have a baby out of wedlock and you move that father into the house or you get married, you're going to lose your food stamps. That's intentionally done to keep the fathers out of the house, intentionally done to destroy the family fabric of this country. And as a result, we are seeing what is happening in this society. There was a gentleman, he's a preacher. I think he's a former police officer. He put a rant out, and I reposted it on my Facebook page. And I would strongly recommend anybody that's friends with me on Facebook go dig that up. It should be towards the top with some of this stuff I posted with Larry. Mm-hmm. And what this black man had to say about his own race of people. Blaming fathers for not stepping up to the plate and taking care of their kids. Allowing their kids to run around and steal cars and point guns at police officers.
Yeah.
That this is acceptable.
So do you have any more information about... I caught some of I shared the video that I saw from the Fox affiliate, Fox 19. What the hell happened in the courthouse? What were there any arrests made when that melee was done? Do you know?
No. And part of me, I get it, Steve. I mean, dude, they are trying to create a situation where they want like a war between thugs and police. This guy apparently, and I'm not even sure if he's his blood brother or not, But this guy wanted to see this murderer. Stood up and was like, I want to see him. Well, Steve, the man's in jail. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, he stood up and started to cause a commotion and was kind of politely told, well, pal, sorry about your luck, but you're not going to be able to see him. And he didn't like that answer, and things got out of hand, and you seen what happened. And it spewed out into the hallway. And I get it. Steve, trust me, man. There was a lot of me saying, why weren't some people arrested? You know? I mean, you got to, like, put a stop to things. But with that said, the way these tensions are, right, I don't know if it would have made matters worse. If something would have happened, you would have went and arrest this guy, and God forbid he has a heart attack, and now the police kill another unarmed black guy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It could just escalate to where Cincinnati, Ohio, is now over every news agency around this world. So I get it. And unfortunately, there's no quick solution to this, is because there's a facets of our society, Steve, it is the way it is, man. And it's been done on purpose. It took decades to achieve, and it's going to take decades to get over. So we can get back to respecting each other, respecting life, bringing Christ back into everybody's life. I'm not saying you have to go to church every day. You know, I'm not saying you have to be a holy roller. It's a little common sense, common decency to other human beings.
Right.
It's out the window, Steve. It's out the window for a small percentage of people. So, all right. So, all right. Two-time world champion, Leo. I said, thanks for taking the call.
There you go. Yeah, let's see. Speaking of, all right. Pappy says hello to the two-time world champion manure hauler.
Yeah, I hear that donut eat out there. I was asking which one of them Krispy Kremes was he guarding tonight. Steve, how the hell are you?
I'm hanging with him. How about you? You have I guess are you back out on the road? Been hanging out at the Marina Del Rey? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm making my regular run, and I took some extra time off last week. They screwed my load up, and I didn't get out on time, and it's been a mess. And I'll tell you something, I wasn't in no big hurry to come back out there no way. After week before last, I seen 7 axles, laid my eyes on 7 tornadoes.
Wow.
And it ain't no better this week out there. I mean, the last 3 nights in the Panhandle of Texas has been just pure hell. There's water everywhere. I mean, I've never seen Texas this wet since I've been running out here. But and then coming out of Dallas, Fort Worth tonight, it's so foggy you can't see your hand in front of your face. And these people from overseas that think got them dingleberries hanging in the windshield and everywhere else think you can run 90 miles an hour up through here. Bright lights going, and they just barreling up through here. But Steve, I caught up over the weekend coming out, listening, talking about stuff that's going on, and the states that's enacting this English language deal, and that's been a sore subject of mine for years. I mean, anytime I got to talk to a congressman or a senator, I always throw this in as a little nugget. I said, this is what I don't understand. I said, here I am, a handicapped American, and I have to jump through leaps and bounds to keep my privilege to drive because I'm handicapped. But I said, yeah, y'all let these idiots come over here and they can't speak English, and it's in the Green Book. I mean, this ain't it's been on this since 1939. This ain't something that just happened. And you know, finally some states will want to take some initiative on it and do something about it, which I am in total agreement. They're just not being harsh enough about it. I mean, you know, Steve, it's just like they always talk about due process. There is no due process when you're a truck driver. You know, we've discussed this many nights, just ever since me and you've been together 21, 22 years. The truck drivers don't have no due process. But the way I look at it is once you come across this border down there illegal, you have no rights. You broke the law. You broke the law. You broke the sovereignty laws of the United States of America, and you don't have no due process. There's no due process in it. And I mean, and that's what I don't understand with this English language deal is, you know, every pilot, I don't care whether he's from Zimbabwe or Zulu or wherever he's from. It don't matter. Russia, he has to speak English. English is the universal language of the airline industry. And I think that's what whoever got a hold of Trump, and I know it wasn't the American Trucking Association. Now I don't know who aroused his deal on this. Mm-hmm. But you know, it was, if what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and they put my family, your family, and everybody's family that's traveling on the road in jeopardy with this the way they drive. They can't read, they can't write English. They're creating carnage on our highways. They're living death to us is what it is. And Steve, I mean, it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm gonna tell you what, 3.5 weeks can't get here fast enough. I mean, I'm at the point. I told Debbie, I said, I've seen so much crazy stuff. I don't know whether they're retaliating against American drivers doing dumb stuff. Like today, I was going into the place we delivered down there at Fort Worth. One just pulled right out there in front of me and stopped. And luckily, there was a Fort Worth cop right behind me. I slammed the brakes on, and he come up there and he seen what was going on, and he asked that guy. He said, "Hey man, what the hell you doing?" And he couldn't talk no English. He wouldn't. I mean, he probably knew English, but he wanted to play that stupid crap they like to play, you know. And I know talking to English, you know. But he had them dingleberries in his windshield, you know. We all knew where he was from, Pakistan or wherever they from over there. But the other thing that really boiled my blood was that Senate hearing today. That was one of the most racist hearings I believe I've ever listened to. That woman up there must have been that Crockett woman from Dallas, Texas, twin sister. Mm-hmm. And the way she treated Kristi Noem in that hearing is just upset, man. I didn't get to see if the Republicans come back and got you know, help Kristi get over it. But there was a question asked there, and before Kristi could even answer the damn thing, she said, "Well, I'll take it. That's a no answer." You know, just as snotty, hateful as it can be. And I mean, you know, who the hell do these people think they are? You know, it's terrible, Steve. I mean, it's bad. And I hope that the Republicans got up there, because I didn't get to see none of it, other than the little bit that y'all were talking about a while ago, to see if anybody fired on them for the way they treated her. And I hadn't heard nothing else about it. But the other thing that got me, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but the lawyer that played a big hand in the dossier, the Russian collusions deal, where Hillary Clinton was on CBS Sunday night calling Donald Trump an idiot. Now, you know, what news organization would put a dumbass like that do an interview with him? You know, I mean, the stuff he was talking about, it was thrown out a long time ago. Why they dragging this back up again? And you know, Steve, if you think about this, you look at all this stuff that these Democrats done, and you can't tell me that just because we didn't have enough control, they couldn't have found a way to shut that border down. They didn't try.
No.
And now every time we turn around, they putting the Democrats, even though they don't have the majority, are putting a stop in everything that damn Donald Trump does. You know, I mean, it's just crazy. And the something else that got me was, you know, they're talking about running that dumbass Kamala Harris again for president. This is how smart these people are. I mean, it's just crazy, man.
Maybe we can have a Kamala Harris AOC ticket. How would that be? 2 females.
Well, hey, they think they got their butt whipped last time. Let them pull that and see what happens to them this time. I mean, you know, I mean, we're hearing a lot of stuff about Trump. Trump told him, he said, look, he said, we all going to have to give a little bit and be patient. I can't pull this off overnight. He said, but y'all, I got the wheels rolling. I got the wheels going. And said, you know, when this is all over with, you're going to love what I've done. You know? And I mean, hey, he can't go up there and straighten out 4 years of bad government overnight.
Correct.
I mean, they got to give him some time. And, so I hope he gets it done. But, Steve, I tell you what, I got to take them grandboys. Well, I got to take Biscuit and Boone fishing, and we've been on the fish last week. And we got on one of them bed of them shell crackers where all you had to do is just drop your line down in there. Fish were jumping in the damn boat, committing suicide. And it was all I could do to keep up with them two, keeping the lines baited and everything. Debbie was sitting there. She said, "Well, how can I help?" I said, "You could take some fish off the line or do something." She said, "Oh no, I don't put my hands on them things." About that time, Boone come out that boat, one of them shell crackers weigh about 1.5 pounds, and slapped her right side the head with a "Hiya, Mima! I caught a big one. It was hilarious. I mean, it was worth the price of admission to watch them youngers catch them fish like that. And I'm looking forward to more of it. But you know, Steve, I tell you, this country's in a mess, and we're just gonna have to get behind Trump and hang in there with him. I mean, he's doing the right thing. I mean, you know, but you know, the other thing that I got a question for, and I want you to answer this for me. What in the hell benefit are we getting going up there in space?
Well, supposedly there's a lot of things that we've benefited, and you know, as far as the moon is concerned, I think the ultimate goal is mining the moon. What is the name of that? Helium-3, Helium-4? What is it that they're trying to mine up there? And whoever can get control of that and bring it back, yeah, we would. I guess we'd end any need for energy for 100 years or more, or maybe forever, is what I'm hearing. But hey, we pause there as we close out another hour.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Tampa's MacDill Air Force Base is putting a spotlight on special operations this week as Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave remarks today. Hegseth says President Trump is delivering on a generational investment to rebuild and redefine the military.
We are leaving wokeness and weakness behind. No more pronouns, no more climate change obsession, no more emergency vaccine mandates, no more dudes in dresses.
Hegseth says the goal is to provide troops with the most advanced technology so American soldiers don't have to face a fair fight. The United States Supreme Court is permitting President Trump to implement a ban on transgender people serving in the military. Justices granted an emergency request from the White House to get rid of a nationwide injunction that blocked the policy while litigation takes place. All 3 liberal justices dissented. 7 transgender service members had sued to block the order made by Trump. Things are underway in the Sean Diddy Combs sex crimes trial with jury selection.
The judge provided a brief description of the charges the 55-year-old music mogul is facing. The Harlem-born rapper says he's innocent and claims any group sex was consensual. Several jurors were dismissed who said they'd seen video of Combs beating up his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, who's expected to testify. If convicted, Combs could face life behind bars. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Trump administration says all states need to comply with the Real ID deadline, which is tomorrow. Real ID is an enhanced security driver's license that will be needed to board any domestic airline flight in lieu of a passport. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 389 points. The S&P 500 fell 43 points. The Nasdaq lost 154 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
The CDC has announced a multi-state outbreak of salmonella.
It involves backyard poultry in 6 states. 7 people have gotten sick from contact with infected ducks or chickens. CDC health experts offer tips for reducing risk of salmonella, saying to wash your hands for 20 seconds after touching birds, their supplies, or collecting eggs. John Summers, USA Radio News.
30 people were arrested early Tuesday morning after taking over an engineering building on the University of Washington campus campus.
The group claimed it was demonstrating for peace in Gaza. They listed pro-Palestinian demands. Dumpsters were set on fire. Police wearing tactical gear entered the building and took demonstrators into custody. The King County prosecutor will decide whether charges are filed. University President Anna Marie Kelsey issued a statement saying it was not a peaceful protest. Instead, it was dangerous, violent, and illegal. I'm Brad Ford.
The internet is full of debates about sports and politics, but here's something new.
The latest viral trend, though, has people wondering who would win in a fight between 100 men and one single gorilla.
A male gorilla can weigh close to 600 plus pounds, okay? And they'll pull themselves up trees like nothing.
Daryl Hoffman is with the San Antonio Zoo, which is opening a gorilla exhibit this year. He's seen primates pick up a 55-gallon drum filled with water and toss it around like it was a toy. The beasts, he says, are hardwired to survive. That's why he thinks they would win in the fight. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, to get our final hour underway here on a Hump Day. Yeah, listening to the news break there, who would win in a fight? One gorilla versus 100 men. I guess it was about a week ago. Yeah, someone was tapping into like the artificial intelligence generating system, and they composed a visual interpretation of, I believe it was 1,000 gorillas versus 100,000 men. In the AI simulation, when all was said and done, I don't recall seeing a single dead gorilla, but all 100,000 humans, toast. And of course they said the simulation of one gorilla versus 100 men, the one gorilla likely would come out on top. Where we leave off there? Monkey gouges. What the hell are we going to space for? Now, if you ask NASA, this is what they're, according to their website, there are numerous cases of societal benefits linked to new knowledge and technology from space exploration. Space exploration has contributed to many diverse aspects of everyday life, from solar panels to implantable heart monitors, from cancer therapy to lightweight materials, from water purification systems to improved computing systems, and a global search and rescue system. Achieving the ambitious future goals will further expand the economic relevance of space. Space exploration will continue to be an essential driver for opening up new domains in science and technology triggering other sectors to partner with the space sector for joint research and development. This will return immediate benefits back to Earth in areas such as materials, power generation, energy storage, recycling and waste management, advanced robotics, health and medicine, transportation, engineering, computing, and software. Furthermore, innovations required for space exploration, such as those related to miniaturization, will drive improvements in other space systems and services resulting in higher performance and lower cost. I mean, that's just one little tidbit from NASA's website. Now, only thing that comes to my mind, I guess, as a kid, I remember what we had, freeze-dried ice cream. We got Tang. I think Velcro came to fruition. As far as all that other stuff, I don't know. You have to ask someone more intelligent than myself, Gouger.
Well, I'm glad that Donald Trump sees through all that stuff you just read, because I don't believe half of it. And that's the reason he's cutting that funding at NASA. I think he sees through the big thing. I have yet to see anything that they went out into space come back and help me. I ain't seen them help nobody with cancer. We're still using the same technology in cancer we were using 30 years ago. With using this chemotherapy. The thing I can't figure out, there's nothing in this country. We haven't cured nothing in this country since polio. If you think about it, Steve. I mean, they're making a little progress on cancer, but they're not making any progress with. I mean, look at the commercials every night with St. Jude's and Shriners Hospital. Just bring you to tears when you look at that stuff. Yeah. And those poor babies sitting there, and they're poisoning them to death with this doggone chemotherapy. I mean, it's sickening. And it's like my grandmama used to tell me back when I was a little boy. If God had wanted us up there in space, he'd have put us up there. And look at all the catastrophes we've had since the space program has been in going on. And look at this last one. Those two astronauts stuck up there for almost a year, see? Mm-hmm. They couldn't get them back. I mean, is it really worth it? The millions and millions of dollars? What they need to do with some of that money is pay the people back, pay the Social Security back that they stole from us starting back in the 60s. They start paying some of that money back that they borrowed from us that they just seemed to forgot about. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, maybe people see it a different way than I do, but I just don't see no benefit of them just going up there. And then those yahoos the other night got up there and flew up there. What is the deal about this? Who's that? Jeff Bezos has got that plane that takes those people up there in the outer space, And I don't know how much they had to pay to do that. $1 million a shot.
Probably that or more. That whole Bezos thing. Now he has other projects that would actually be more beneficial. That's more like, I don't know, like a visit to Disney World. You just get it's just a joy ride, essentially.
Yeah, and only millionaires. But Steve, before I get off here, the gentleman that called a while ago talking about Elon Musk, I think Elon Musk is a great American. He loves this country. And the stuff that he's got his hands in, and he's got to do like to bring in the eyesight back. He's leading the charge on fighting sugar diabetes and stuff. Any man that loved this country so much, he put his money makers in jeopardy to straighten out the corruptness in this country. And so, if anybody asks me how I feel about Elon Musk, I don't like his electric car. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: the man, it loves this country. He's invested millions in it, and that's the way I feel. I think he is a great American. And that's the way I look at it. What do you say?
I think he's done some great things. And, yeah, as far as his ties with this administration, I mean, he's actually done himself, I guess more harm than good as far as, I mean, look at the violence, the hate toward Tesla, even though he only has a minor stake as far as investment in Tesla. But, yeah, he's kind of sacrificing himself for the benefit of America. Let me see here. Timothy, good to have you on board. Timothy the pilot. It's been a while since we heard from you. I mentioned the whole race to get to the moon. Helium-3, I guess that was the correct one. He said helium-3 is useless until they can build a fusion reactor that can sustain its process. Many companies are working on it, he says. There's a number of websites out there that kind of explain the process, and it's very hopeful. But I said I've been a listener for years as well. Glad you're still out there. All right, thank you, Timothy the pilot. Tesla. Well, what we learned this past day, they tell us, it's kind of funny, Monkey Gouger said, I don't like his cars, his electric cars. Yeah, but a lot of other things he's doing. Great man. The inventory of Tesla Cybertrucks has ballooned to a record high of more than 10,000 units, according to Electrek this past day, at an average price of $78,000. Yeah, Tesla and Elon Musk could be sitting on nearly $800 million in Cybertruck inventory, according to Monday's report. That many units accounts for roughly 2 quarters worth of sales. This report comes weeks after Tesla began offering discounts of up to $10,550 on their 2024 Cybertruck models in inventory. Those discounts were $4,000 higher than the previous breaks. Electrek reported that Tesla had at least 2,400 Cybertrucks in inventory at the end of the first quarter, and that number might have actually been higher. Sometimes Tesla may have many vehicles with the exact same configuration at the same location, and they'll only publish a single listing for it. Nonetheless, Tesla's first quarter profits plunged by more than 2/3 with the now boycott of Musk's electric car company. That's hurt his sales. It has sent the stock plunging. The Austin, Texas company said quarterly profits fell by 70% to $409 million. Further, Electrek reported Tesla has significantly slowed their Cybertruck production in recent months. Now, Electrek said Tesla's issues right now looks to be a death spiral. Who's going to buy one right now, knowing Tesla's going to have to drop prices to move the inventory, which will also crush resale values? Incentive is to wait, which makes the problem even worse for Tesla. I don't know. Death spiral is the term they used. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
What do we see here? Happy Hump Day. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 51 to start things off. Warm it up to 73 in Fort Wayne today. 46 to start, going to 75 in Newaygo, Michigan. Hey, the moon was bright for a while before it went in behind the clouds this morning. And we got the full flower moon coming up on May the 12th. Right on. Semper Fi, Knuckle Buster. Roll on. We're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan in black once again. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. The full flower moon coming up. All right. Let me see. What's going on, Blind Man? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, one of the technologies benefited me when I had prostate cancer. The technology that brought back the pictures of Mars and Jupiter, that technology was used in the medical field. And I remember the oncologist saying, "No, I want to see it upside down. Can you move it a little bit more to the right on its side?" I mean, manipulating the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a spin-off. And the first talking calculator came out in 1976, along with the Kurzweil reading machine. Now, because of miniaturization, those devices can now be on your cell phone. So, anyhow, let me talk to the investors here. I did this a number of years ago, and your financial advisor was kind of surprised how much I knew. Okay, never try to time the stock market. You'll never do it. Just jump in. Now, there are some stocks out there that are paying a 12% dividend. This is what you got to look out for. What's coming in at the other end? Is more money going out to pay this 12%? And if not enough money is coming out the other end to pay for this, stay away from that company. Also, let's say you buy 20 shares of Widget. There's a bad day the next day, and Widget goes down maybe to 18, 17. You can buy some more shares if you feel like it. It's called dollar cost averaging. Also, just watch out for the companies you want to buy. Read their prospectus and understand what they're doing, and you'll be okay. Also, if you want to, invest more in Widget, like I said, wait for a bad day and you can buy more. The object is buy low, sell high.
Bingo.
So I guess that's a little advice I can give to some of your investors out there. I didn't go into great detail like I did maybe 10, 15 years ago, but it's a general idea.
Very good. Everything else going all right there, Blind Man? You hanging with them?
Well, I finally got my phone back. The whole system crashed Sunday morning, and I had no phone whatsoever Monday, and then yesterday the phones came back, so very happy about that. But I was cut off for a while and couldn't talk to anybody, so I am so glad that the phones are back. I can call my friends and call you as well, and I'm a happy camper at the moment. The only thing now I have to worry about is getting my back healed once and for all. I'm feeling a little bit better, but I still have to be very careful and walk with a walker because my balance is not that good. And being blind, I have no sense of horizon, so I have to be extra careful when it comes to balancing.
All right. Well, thanks for the update there, blind man. Have a good morning. Thanks for tuning in. And it is 844-844-3388. Now, they say it was another victory for the Trump administration this past day as the Supreme Court permitted the Trump administration to implement their ban on transgender personnel in the military, one of a series of directives by the president to curb transgender rights, in a decision that could trigger the discharge of thousands of current personnel. The court granted the Justice Department's request to lift a federal judge's nationwide order blocking the military from carrying out Trump's prohibition on transgender service members while a legal challenge to that policy plays out. Now, this was the judge based out of Seattle. District Judge Benjamin settled and found that the order likely violates the Constitution's Fifth Amendment right to equal protection under the law. This was one of the executive orders signed in January that reversed the policy implemented by his predecessor, Joe Biden, no less, that had allowed transgender troops to serve openly in the armed forces. Trump's directive cast the gender identity of transgender people as a lie and asserted that they are unable to satisfy the standards needed for service in the armed forces. A man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that others honor this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member, he said. Pentagon went on to issue guidance to implement the order, disqualifying from military service current troops and applicants with a history or a diagnosis of what is known as gender dysphoria, or those who have undergone gender transition steps. The guidance allowed people to be considered for a waiver on a case-by-case basis if their service would directly support warfighting capabilities. That term gender dysphoria, that's a clinical diagnosis for significant distress that can result from an incongruence between a person's gender identity and the sex they were assigned at birth. Back in his first term as president, Trump also took aim at transgender military personnel with a more limited restriction. The Supreme Court in 2019 allowed the Defense Department to enforce Trump's transgender military prohibition that had let certain personnel diagnosed with gender dysphoria after entering the military to continue to serve. Now, the lawsuit against the new policy filed by 7 active-duty transgender troops, a transgender man seeking to enlist, and a civil rights advocacy group, all part of that. Seattle blocked the policy, say it's unsupported, dramatic, and facially unfair. The administration has provided no evidence of any harm that had resulted from the inclusion of transgender people in the armed services. This has become a flashpoint in the U.S. in recent years. Trump also signed an order to end federal funding or support for health care that aids the transition of transgender youth, and another one attempting to exclude transgender girls and women from female sports, obviously. But in the military ban case, the Justice Department had told the Supreme Court that Seattle had usurped the authority of the executive branch of the government, or branch, rather, which is headed by Trump, to determine who may serve in the armed forces. And there's a whole proverbial laundry list of things that can prevent you from serving. A lot more than just this whole transgender issue.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration is offering $1,000 to illegal aliens if they self-deport using a government app. President Trump addressed the program on Monday while speaking at the White House.
What we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from.
The Department of Homeland Security says the payments will be made after the return has been confirmed through the CBP Home app. The app's webpage estimates that once approved, undocumented migrants would typically depart the U.S. within 3 weeks. President Trump wants to open Alcatraz, but the prison was closed for 3 key reasons.
The prison was built back in the 30s, and then Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered the prison closed in the early 60s. He said that Alcatraz costs too much to operate, it can only hold about 300 inmates, and the facility was deemed vulnerable to inmates trying to escape. I'm Jason Campidonia.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
So I did a quick search there during the news break. Yeah, disqualifying criteria for military service. It's a bunch of different things on the list, and one that jumps right out to me is mental health issues. If you get the diagnosis of gender dysphoria, most of us think that your brain's kind of screwed up. Medical conditions, criminal records, certain mental health issues, substance abuse problems, some height, weight, education levels. It all depends. Those sort of criteria, sometimes when they're having trouble getting enough recruits, they'll drop those numbers. Yeah, my last understanding was that they're lining up to join the military now that Joe Biden's gone. But neurological disorders, conditions like epilepsy, uncontrolled neurological conditions, psychiatric disorders, anxiety or mood disorders, personality disorders, those are all under the criteria of mental health issues. Those are disqualifying for military services. It's not like it's something new. Well, good morning, Plowboy. What do you say?
Well, good morning, Al. Not too much. Just been thinking about that crap. This was nothing but dumb trying to get votes. That's all it was for, Steve. And I'm glad President Trump's trying to put all this garbage back in the can where in the hell it belongs. Because that gender dysphoria crap is... yeah, but you gotta look at it. Look at who he had in his damn cabinet. That what?
Right,
Dumb in the red dress
yeah.
and cherry lipstick, and Levine in charge of the health and human services. Yeah. What's next? Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad President Trump said no more of this garbage. Get it out here, not in our face. But I agree with everything old Monkey Gouger said. Now, my question is this. Did you happen to catch today where Elon is saying he's wanting to schedule trips to Mars by 2029?
I've heard that's his goal. That's pretty ambitious, but...
What's at Mars? What's on Mars that we can't get down here?
Well, I'm not going to volunteer for a one-way trip right now. You're going to go and you ain't coming back.
Unload all them damn Democrats, put them all up there. Yeah, I guess that would be one thing about it. Now, I'll buy the ticket for Sundance. He can go. Yeah. And yeah, he won't be having a Starlink, so he can call the show, rattle everybody up either. But I seen something really was stupidest thing I've ever seen. We've talked about restrictor plates in every racing there is. Did you realize there was restrictor plate racing at Louisville at the horse race?
Do what? At the horse race?
There was restrictor plate racing at Churchill Downs.
At the Kentucky Derby. Now, how's
Believe
that?
me, look it up.
Explain that to me. What the?
What the hell am I talking about? Here it is. They gigged the winner of the race that he won $310,000 for being the winner of the horse, the jockey of the horse.
Yeah.
They accused him of using his whip one too many times on the horse.
Uh-oh.
Because he used it to... Yeah, that's restricted play in horse racing. Come on,
there's a limit to the number of giddy up goes you can give the horse. I didn't realize that.
6, brother, 6.
Is that it?
And he gave him apparently 7. Yeah. And he lost 10% of his winnings. I thought this has got to be the stupidest garbage I've ever heard of. But no. Yeah, look it up. Don't believe me? Anybody? Look it up.
Okay.
I died when I seen that. How stupid can this be? But, oh my gosh. What's next? Yeah. Only thing, I guess whoever was predicted to be the winner, I guess when he lost, they had to find something to gig the money out of whoever won it. Yeah, and apparently he's going to have to go back and go under some more scrutiny and all this. It's just like, wow, what? But that's about all I got there, Steve.
I'll be honest, I'm not up to speed on all the rules of horse racing, right? You know, we all know about, the use of steroids and things like that, or juicing your horse, but I did not realize that you can only give them a slap on the tail how many times? Is that the rule? Meanwhile, let's see what Eagle has going on here on a hump day. Morning, Eagle. What's going on?
Yeah, I had a couple of things to say right quick. I'll tell you what, a couple of police issues. I'll tell you what, in Memphis, they better make the right decision in Memphis about this guy who got killed by the police a couple of years ago, or they're gonna have some serious problems in Memphis. They better, because there shouldn't have been a trial to begin with, because all you need, the video evidence is right there of what they did to that man. So
right.
why these cops even got a judge, jury, I still don't know, but and it shouldn't take this long to make a damn decision. So they better make the right decision, or there might not be a city called Memphis anymore. Now, the situation that's going on in Cincinnati, where you at, Steve, this situation that's going on there. Okay, first of all, they're not telling all the whole details about what actually took place. Okay, first of all, the 18-year-old kid, punk or whatever you want to call him, if he would have been at home like he was supposed to be, studying school and doing what he just wouldn't have never had. He got no business rolling in a stolen vehicle to begin with. Second mistake he made was jumping out of the car and took off running. But the only problem I have with the situation is, Steve, is why did the officer have to use deadly force? How come he couldn't have used the electronic stun gun to shoot the man down instead of using deadly force?
Well, I mean, according to the body cam, that he had a gun as well. He had a gun in his possession, and the officer felt like he was pointing towards him, and so there was a stolen gun, and there was another gun. I'm not sure if that was stolen or not. That was also in the vehicle there.
Yeah. Like I say, I don't know the whole deal. Like I say, the guy, if he'd have been at home doing what he was supposed to do, 18 he would be alive right now. So it all goes back to him by doing the wrong thing. When I was 18 years old, I wasn't riding around in a stolen car. I didn't have a gun. I wasn't running from the police. So he already made 3 crucial mistakes. Now, as for his father, as for his father, what he did was totally wrong. The man that he ran over had absolutely nothing to do with what took place with his son. He just out there minding his own business. He got run over. The father ought to be ashamed of himself for what he did. Like I said, I know it was an emotional thing that took place. His son had just got killed, and he felt like he had to do something, but he did the wrong thing. So he'll pay the price for what he did. He'll either go to jail for the rest of his life. I don't know if they had a death penalty in Ohio. He might even receive that. But a lot of these events wouldn't have took place if all these people would have been doing the right. It all goes back to what I was telling you about last week, Steve, with the kids being out of control. Pappy said it with no parents, one-parent family homes, and people not controlling their kids. And like I said, parents need to start raising their kids up the right way, and then maybe they wouldn't have. Like I said, if you don't raise your kids up the right way, Steve, only one or two things is going to happen. They're either going to end up behind bars or they're going to end up dead, such as this 18-year-old that happened in Ohio. So it's just that simple, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Yep, and I'm going to go back and, I will share the video that unfolded there in the courthouse this past day. Things really got ugly, and Pappy said there were no arrests, which kind of surprised because you can clearly see. I mean, there are fists flying and people screaming. It was a total melee. I guess that was in the lobby area of the courthouse, and concerns. I guess police feel like if you arrest another individual in relation to this particular case, we don't want to see the whole Cincinnati burning scenario. Which it almost feels like some are trying to actually incite that sort of thing to occur in this town right now. But as far as Memphis goes, jury deliberations are going to resume this morning at 9 a.m. This is the January 2023 traffic stop. The beating death of Tyree Nichols. Now, Tuesday's court session ended at like 5 in the afternoon. They had 4.5 hours of deliberations in. Final arguments from the co-counsels concluded on Tuesday. Final arguments from the state prosecutors concluded on Monday. And I'm not paying close enough attention to know how many different charges that these officers might be up on. Maybe the deliberations are about, guilty on this count, guilty on that count. Maybe they got a lot to go through maybe, but as Eagle said, and anyone who's seen the video evidence, something, that was out of control when it came to the actions of those particular law enforcement officers there. But 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Polling spectators and competitors are the people who keep this country growing and thriving. Great companies from the coast to the heartland come to the NTPA to get their messages out. In this way, national circuit sponsors are the lifeblood of NTPA championship polling. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We'll take the opportunity of this episode and the next to highlight the NTPA's 2025 national circuit sponsors. We'll welcome back some old friends and get to meet some new ones. However, first, a schedule note. We regret to report that the season-opening Mule City 300 at the Gallant Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina, has been canceled. The event was set to run on Friday and Saturday, May 30th and 31st. The NTPA Grand National calendar will now begin in June with the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota on the 6th and 7th. Case IH is the official farm equipment brand of the NTPA. Case IH is a global leader in agricultural equipment, committed to collaborating with its customers to develop the most powerful, productive, reliable equipment designed to meet today's agricultural challenges. Case IH provides agricultural equipment systems, flexible financial service offerings, and parts and service support for professional farmers and commercial operators through a dedicated network of professional dealers and distributors. Productivity-enhancing products include tractors, combines, planting and seeding systems, sprayers and applicators, site-specific farming tools, and utility vehicles. For more information about Case IH, visit caseih.com. Wix Filters manufactures more than 210 million filters each year and ships them to customers in over 80 countries. From its Gastonia, North Carolina headquarters to its 11 facilities in 8 countries, Wix employs more than 3,500 passionate and dedicated associates who help make the best filters in the world. The Wix Racing Filters catalog covers the full line of Wix Racing oil, air, and fuel filters, along with a Wix line of cast aluminum racing mounting bases. For more information about Wix Filters, visit wixfilters.com. Beck's Hybrids is the official seed company of the NTPA. Founded by Lawrence Beck in 1937 on his Atlanta, Indiana homestead and still headquartered there, Beck's has become the 3rd largest seed brand in the United States out of its dedication to serving farmers throughout the Midwest and Mid-South. The Beck family and team of employees help farmers achieve success from generation to generation through authentic customer experiences and field performance. For more information about Beck's, visit Beck'sHybrids.com. Hot Shot Secret is founded on the principle that fixing engine problems and improving customers' lives are top priorities. Hot Shot Secret products provide problem-specific solutions for vehicle owners across the United States and around the world. Hot Shot Secret creates products with highly concentrated formulas that are much more impactful than the diluted bottled products commonly found on retail shelves. Hot Shot Secret products improve engine performance while solving problems that competitors' products cannot fix. For more information about Hot Shot Secret, visit hotshotsecret.com. Mack Trailer, located in Alliance, Ohio, is the nation's foremost manufacturer of steel and aluminum dump trailers, transfer trailers, flatbed trailers, drop deck trailers, straight truck bodies, pneumatic tank trailers, and liquid fertilizer tank trailers. Mack Trailer offers comprehensive support for wreck, repair and service, used and leased trailers, and aftermarket trailer parts. For more information about Mack Trailer, visit mactrailer.com or call 800-795-8454. We'll give a shout to the balance of the National Circuit sponsors in next week's report. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
What kind of baloney Knucklebuster has going on here on a hump day? Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm out here in Nevada. I got here a day early, so, well, I got to say this. The next thing he's going to tell us, he lived in Memphis. He's starting to sound more like Minister every call there. You know, he's like one of them that wants to hobble the police all the time. Oh, you can't shoot back with somebody shooting at you there, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if you're using a water blaster against me, you're going to get the same thing back. And if they killed that boy, good riddance. Adios. Get out of here. I'm glad you're gone there. To the dad, shame on you. I pray they give you the death penalty. And then we'll say good riddance to you when they eventually execute you. Well, enough of all that. Let's get a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field and Captain Ron and all other Marines out there. Y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, and you'll have to call Steve Summers at 844-844-3388 tomorrow, because it's almost quitting time there. Well, I read today that North Dakota is the latest state to raise the interstate speed limit to 80 miles an hour. That's hammered down, ain't it? Steve? Ain't that Lauren Week?
That's right. That's his.
Yep. Yeah. Well, Heatwave and I tried to talk last night after you spoke to him. I was on my way to Mesquite, Nevada. The two-lane run-in was 70 miles shorter than staying on the interstate. Well, Heatwave said he's never even been up that road there before, so I'm going to tell him tonight there, it was better than the interstate. There's rolling hills, no major mountain passes. And Lauren, we would definitely like this road. See, this car passed me. I got one of the driver assistance programs on this truck, and it tells me what the car in front of me is doing. The speed limit was 65. When he came around me, it said 115.
Whoa!
See? No
wow.
police. Yep. No police. Didn't see any tribal police. I actually ran 12 miles short, or 12 miles more than what I got paid. There were no low underpasses, no bridge or road restrictions. You had 2 inspection stations. One was closed and one-way station on I-15. Now, the second inspection station was open, but when I pulled in, this Snyder, which was going the opposite direction, he had a pull-off on the other side there, but he came in to the north side backwards. They waved me on. They pulled him in there and was chewing his ass out for pulling into on the wrong way there. So, you just never know about them pumpkin trucks there, right?
Right.
Wouldn't that be a well, I don't know what they call them there. So anyway, I'll just call him an unexperienced driver there. Well, anyway, I got empty a day early, and I told that when I stepped in there, I told that woman, I said, my appointment's not till 9 o'clock in the morning. Any place I can park out here till in the morning. She said, park at door 38, and we'll get you unloaded today. I said, oh, you're my kind of customer there.
How about that?
I'll be sitting over there at my backhaul, coming back to Memphis there first thing this morning and get loaded up. And it ain't going to be that light load I had coming out here, 15,000 pounds. It's going to be more like 45,000 pounds. And them mountain passes will be tough, say, on the way home. So, well, I won't get down too low. I'll put my boot up at 615 horsepower motor there. So, all right, well, I better get back quiet. It's almost Miller's time for us. So,
all right.
Have yourself a great day, brother.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. You do the same. All right, real quick, like. You ever heard of you ain't allowed to hit the horse, but how many times? Do you know what the limit is?
I'm going to have to check with the brother-in-laws on that. That's something new to me there. So we'll have to get back and check with the knowledgeable sources there and report back later on that. But anyways, hey, what's Knucklebuster doing? Trying to slow Warren Weiss down there? 80 mile an hour. He's just out getting out of the high side there. So don't be dragging him down, slowing him down like that. But I did want to say thanks for the big old shout out the other night, Terry. Not every day you get one of them Cowtown shout outs out there.
That is right.
So yeah. Anyway, hey, I heard you talking earlier there. About the trade deficit and people warehousing stuff and everything and how that's working. Now, you got to kind of think about this whole thing as a business. You got to think that, businesses stay in business by sending more things out or be more profitable sending things out than bringing things in or making things. Mm-hmm. So if the country's not more profitable sending stuff out than it is what it's buying, it ain't going to last long. And if you apply that to business, if your cost of operation is higher than your revenue, well, you know where you're going to be, and you ain't even got to do arithmetic to figure it out. Because one number's going to be red and one number's going to be black, and the good one ain't going to be the one you need to be black ain't gonna be. So, but anyways, I guess other than that, maybe I don't know. Now we're gonna really get it there, aren't we? Now we're introducing colors into math. I don't know. Is that gonna cause problems? I don't know.
All I know is the math is getting fuzzier by the minute there. All right. Hey, we gotta. I'm looking at the clock. We're fresh out of time. So we'll call it a day there. Close out on Wednesday. What do we got? Come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. That would be a Friday Eve. Does that sound right? Hope you can join us for the next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I